They know about cyclical time, and they've been studying the stars. So this, this era that we're in, that we're going to see this double Aquarian age where the light will be broken through, and these rainbow children are going to be born, and all of their shenanigans for years are going to be broken, right? And the royal rule will change. But if they can contort anything to make this time last and to make their rule last, then they will have that stagnant upside down reality in which their time is frozen, and they will be forever in power in this frozen land of upside down reality. And that's what I see the show playing on a lot. And they're giving us this justice. Like they're either fucking pieces of shit, or they're trying to like be like, hey guys, listen to the codes, because we're trying to give you guys information because we're tapped in, and you guys need to have justice. You guys need to fight against Vecna. You guys need to fight against the power. You guys have the power. You need to tap into your traumatized abilities, and fight this thing. Or they're basically like showing, I don't know. I don't know what their message is. It's kind of confusing, to be honest. But what are you guys going to say about that?
Yeah. So, okay. So, I I I have a lot I can say about that actually. First off, you have everything with um. This season it was all about trauma, overcoming trauma. Ella's trying to get her powers back by facing past trauma, revisiting past trauma, and breaking the cycle. And
It's part of Montauk's process, by the way.
yeah,
MK Ultra stuff. It's very trauma
exactly.
based.
And I mean, they show you what I mean what Montauk is, that when they literally force 11 to go through all this. And she um she gets her powers back, and they're stronger than ever. But this blew my mind. This scene blew my mind. It was one of the very last scenes in episode 7, when she um you see her use her power, and she's using the advice from number 1, who is Vecna. Just like the Brant said earlier, right? But he's literally the first kid in the experiment as well. So he has the tattoo of
Number one.
number 1 on his wrist. But then she he tells her, find power in your deepest rooted memory. And when she's facing off against him, and she goes to create that first portal with when she's fighting him, the memory she rediscovers and finds to draw her power from is her birth. She gets womb memory, and she gets the power um, of that, and she blasts him, and all that energy creates a portal, and that's how the first portal in Hopkins gets created. And it hit me because I was like, okay, she gets this womb memory of herself being born. She gets all this power. She creates the first portal. And I'm looking at the tear of the portal,
Yeah.
and I'm like, that's female genitalia. That's a vagina.
Wow. That's a
And then
nuts.
Said she was born, that was her memory, so that would be kind of interesting if that
then
symbolism was carried over.
yeah. So then I'm looking at it. I'm like, they're and portals. How they explain how portals are created. Portals are created when someone dies.
Yeah.
So it's like the it's the the mirroring of life and death creates the portal.
Kind of like when a star dies and becomes a black hole, in a sense,
Yeah.
potentially. Anyway.
And the other thing I wanted to mention is about what homie Romie just said is there's a scene, and you sent me, you posted screenshots in the universe, and Weaving Spiders chatted about this earlier today, homie Romie, and I'm glad you did because I wanted to talk about this scene. This scene really solidified what they're trying to tell us, and that is when 11 is talking to the doctor, and he's trying to get her to go with him so she can try to get her power back, and he tells her that there is evil, there is good, and evil is a virus, and she is the cure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Justice is the cure. We
yep,
have to somehow find the strength to button up our spines and to have some form of justice.
yep. And
Well,
so
and the
my
1 and 7 thing comes up again too. You talk about justice and made me think of Q. Well, Vecna shows up in episode 7, so the 1 shows up in 7, which is 17. Q's, of course, the 17th letter. And so this theme of justice, kind of under the surface there, makes you wonder, because doesn't he kind of portray himself as being like a good predator? Like he doesn't see himself as a bad guy, you know?
yeah, he think they make him be. They try to do the whole what they've been doing lately with villains, and um trying to get people to have sympathy for them. Try to invert the words like balance
It's like
and
an
equality,
anti-hero.
equity, and because he's talking about like balance and all this, and
But that's
Yeah,
the
peace.
problem with me and that is like he wasn't traumatized as a kid because when they show his backstory, he was just a little fucking dick. He his dad was nice, like his family was trying to do the right thing, and then he just had these special abilities, and so he was like this like sorcereric type of parasite, and as opposed to these other kids in the program where what they had they had traumas.
Well, might I comment on that? Because
Yes.
perhaps perhaps this is true then, that 11 induces his trauma by sending him to the upside down. So he's trapped there as an otherwise untraumatized child, but then his trauma becomes, I mean, who can match that, right? So he comes out of
Hmm.
that a changed entity. He's like a. And why not comment real quick, because this might provide some interesting backdrop, is that the Vecna character is an anagram for Jack Vance, the creator of D&D magic system. And
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
and in that way, he's kind of like the dungeon master in a way, I think. And one more thing I would add with that is that um, it'll come back to me. Sorry.
Who's this Jack Vance? I kind of want to dig in on that for a
Came
second.
up with the D&D magic system, so maybe when you're doing the dig on the creators, they're probably fans of his, I would imagine.
I would imagine so. I also feel like there are fans of the 80s B movie Skullduggery. Because I was talking to homie Romie about this when we were messaging. That season 4 of Stranger Things plot is 50% Nightmare on Elm Street Dream Warriors and 50% Skullduggery. Because Skullduggery was this classic B movie from the 80s that played on the whole satanic panic.
Do you know the definition of skullduggery?
I do, but do you want to enlighten the audience?
Underhanded or unscrupulous behavior, a devious device or trick. So,
And I just did it on Gematria. It's all 9s.
all 9 is Odin's number, by the way. It's the number of spheres on Yggdrasil. It's also the number of order of angels. So 9 is pretty loaded and associated with the Tree of Life, or the Axis Mundi, if you will.
To revisit really quickly the whole thing about when he's saying 11 is the cure and evil is the virus. You know, he's referring to the great evil, and you know they're talking about Vecna, but they're also talking about the overarching villain of this series, and that's the Mind Flayer, right? So they're saying that 11 is the cure for the great evil, which is in the series the Mind Flayer, and we all know that the series is gonna end with her having an actual battle with the Mind Flayer, right? I mean, that's pretty much a given. That's just how a story arc like this concludes. The hero going up against the main antagonist. However, since we're talking about them hinting at something coming in July, because there's even like a spray, in the background there's a street sign stone hung up in their room, and they spray painted 69 over it, which is of course the symbol for Cancer. So you have Cancer in the background. The final 2 episodes come out in July 1st. As we mentioned, they split it up, Gemini, which is a very Gemini thing, the 2 pillars. So they're saying, oh, things are coming in July, and they're talking about the cure for all this. And I think what they're saying, because especially with this, how it's this whole Nightmare on Elm Street, like, oh, he's using their fears in their dreams and making nightmares. But when he takes them, right, he says, let me relieve you of you, let me end your suffering, is what Vecna says to his victims. Like, he's I'm doing you a favor. You come with me to the Upside Down so I can have your, get more powerful, and I'll relieve you of your suffering.
It's literally the exact type of mindset of the elites in this game that they're playing, right? Like, we're gonna end you guys of your suffering
that they're causing.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, that's just it. That's
very
the
narcissistic and crazy.
Yes.
And so I think in that, what I kind of was speculating with it was, they're telling us, hey, we're going to be doing something come Cancer season, come July, and it's not going to be a jab or a virus per se.
It's going to be a mind flare.
It's going to be a mind flare. It's going to,
Yes.
so you get ready,
Breaking the fourth wall.
Well, can we
become more psychic, become,
Can-
Yeah, Cancer is psychic or clairvoyance.
yep.
More dream like, yeah. And what were you
So
going to
what
say?
is this you're sharing?
Well,
Romie?
can you guys see that?
Yeah.
That is just like I was gonna bring that up, but real quick, just because you just brought that up, that's why I got all giggity. But so something else that really struck me with this is there's this great book called The Fourth Turning, and it came out in the '90s, and this has it written all in this. I mean, there's the three things I will say right off, or not right off the bat. It took me a while to fucking figure these things out. Like at first, I was just looking at the basic like exoteric type of symbolism, but now we dig it a little bit deeper, and what I found is there's a lot, right? And so I see the fourth turning, the concept of the fourth turning tied into this show. I see the Freemason Jesuit order tied in all over the place because you have the pillars, right? Everywhere you have the pillars. I
11.
see exactly. It's literally everywhere. And I have another video. I have two videos I want to watch with you guys, and then we can break down the scene afterwards. And in each of these videos, you will see significant pillar symbolism. And so there's the Freemasonry thing. And I said the fourth turning. Fuck, what was it? The other one? I can't really remember at the moment, but either way, when you look at the fourth turning, and the concept's great. If you guys haven't read the book, I highly recommend it. I mean, it gets a little redundant after like the first few chapters, but you need to read at least the intro because these guys they've dug up history and they notice these cycles that happen through history and these archetypal cycles that happen through history, and it's fascinating. So I'm just going to read this and say what the fourth turning is, because we're in this midway point, kind of where we would be either at the peak of the fourth turning or we're descending into the first turning right now. That's what these guys predicted with their algorithm. And they, like I said, they wrote this in the mid '90s, and they basically said, yeah, hey, we're into the third turning, we're about to enter the fourth turning. And the fourth turning, you'll probably experience a lot of craziness in like the mid 2000s, blah blah. And I was just like, when I was reading this book, I was just like, oh my god, these guys were time travelers or something, right? Anyways, the fourth turning is a crisis period. Old artists die, prophets enter elderhood, nomads enter midlife, heroes enter young adulthood, and a new generation of child artist is born. This is an era which America's institutional life is torn down and rebuilt from the ground up, always in response to a perceived threat to the nation's very survival. Civic authority revives, cultural expression finds a new community purpose, and people begin to locate themselves as members of a larger group. In very instance, fourth turnings have eventually become new founding moments in America's history, refreshing and redefining the national identity. America's most recent fourth turning began with the stock market crash of 1929 and climaxed with World War II. The generation that came of the age during this fourth turning was the hero archetype, the GI generation, born in 1901 to 1924, whose collective spirit and the can-do optimism epitomize the mood of the era. Today's hero archetype, the youth, the millennial generation, born 82 to 2004, show many traits similar to those of the GI youth, including rising civic engagement, improving behavior, and collective confidence.
You should read that next part too, because it's basically relevant. And I have a comment I'd like to make.
Okay. In Parsons' terms, the fourth turning is an era in which the availability of social order is low, but the demand for such order is high. Examples of earlier fourth turnings include Civil War in the 1860s and the American Revolution in the 1770s, both periods of momentous crisis when the identity of the nation hung in balance.
So, what that was making me think of the whole time you were reading it is how perfectly Margaret Atwood's story of A Handmaid's Tale, which has a really interesting backdrop to the story, because when they found Gilead, the Republic of Gilead, they actually um, oust all of the politicians, and you know, I don't know how to say this because we're right on YouTube, right? They do away with them. They're no more. They're replaced. So it would kind of represent what's you're saying right here, is that out with the old and with the new in a sense, but they're craving order in a high rate. So then they adopt this really rigid and structured um, system, So I couldn't help but see that in my mind the whole time you were reading, because it is a crisis. It was an infertility crisis. Some type of virus causes infertility, and that's what kind of spurs them to do this. They kind of gloss over a lot of that in the show, but I've always found the undercurrent of the show to be interesting.
Yeah.
That also reminds me a little bit of what we was talking about earlier. When we were saying how the upside down was like this frozen in time moment, and how Romie said that's what they want to obtain the power to make sure they keep the power, and that was making me think how in Stranger Things, and not just in Stranger Things, but in a lot of our popular culture at the moment, there's all this nostalgia being inserted into certain things. We have, of course, some people that are into like the 90s aesthetic or the 70s and 60s aesthetic or whatever. But I think one of the biggest ones, at least for our time, is 80s pop culture, the nostalgia of it, and that's how they get with Stranger Things. That's how they get people of the older audiences, but also the younger crowd by using Netflix and new younger kids and actors, but inserting all this 80s nostalgic aesthetic to it. And they also do that in music with like The Weeknd and other artists. I'm noticing there's so much dark 80s inspiration, I guess you could say, in our popular culture at the moment, which I think is finding interesting. So you can say that is an example of what we've mentioned, and what Romie is talking about. They're taking that and using that to keep us in like this. It's not quite the present because it's nostalgic, but it's not also quite the past. It's this liminal state, right? And
Kind of like with Back to the Future, how it too uses the 80s, and Donnie Darko, it's in the 80s. So there is
Yeah.
some type of weird connection to that time. That's when they say like the Aquarian conspiracy kind of started. It was in the late 70s, early 80s.
I have that book. I love it, and you're so right. Like I call it, well, I call a lot of things the age of indoctrination. I need to come up with another term and not just call like the Renaissance period, and but it was an age of indoctrination because of this, um, on the exoteric level, you have everybody, and they do a good example of this in the show. Like I think I wrote down the quote here. What does it say? Oh, when the dad and the mom are watching, they're watching the news, and the dad says, "What are we doing here? Why aren't we calling the FBI?" And it's like, little does he know, there's two different feds working on this case. One is an exo fed, one's an eso fed. One's an exoteric fed that works for the exoteric government, and the other one is the esoteric fed that works for the underground Montauk project, that's supposed to be watching the kids. And it's like, it just goes to show that it's just like every time out here that, the lay people are saying, why aren't we calling the federal government or something? It's like they're so they're so far ahead. There's so many more steps ahead. And that, like by the time it gets to the news station, people think they're up to date because they're watching the fucking news, but they're so far behind that it's just like, you're kind of like, I don't know if like, like the ripple effect, or
The
when you
Doppler
go
effect.
the Doppler effect. Yes. And it's just insane. It's insane. The one of the other major things. Oh, that was one of the ones where I said there was three major things. I think one of the other major things that this show is really pulling on is Gnosticism. They have a lot of Gnostic, belief systems in here. I mean, the main enemy is called the Demigorgon.
Yeah.
I mean,
And you also have in this season, I'm so glad you brought this up because we talked about this character a little bit. He's a new character for this season, but he is the captain of the basketball team.
yes. I'm gonna follow this up with a clip. One of the clips I have is his thing where he goes to the civil meeting. I
Yes,
have that clip. Yes. Let's
yeah.
follow this up with that.
So okay, that's perfect. So you know, um, they're doing this. A lot of the basic storylines which we're skipping over are like sitcom storylines. Like you have what's his name, who's on the basketball team now, and because he wants to be cool, he wants to take his friends with him and show them the cool of the in crowd, right? And so
Yeah.
he's like, "Don't play Dungeons and Dragons. Come to my basketball game. Watch me play. It's gonna be awesome." And so we're introduced to the in crowd of their high school, um, and you see and the leader of the basketball team. He's at the pep assembly. He's
Jason.
Jason. Yeah, thank you. And he's giving his big speech, and he's rallying the crowd. He's giving, you know, getting everyone to cheer and have all these emotional reactions. He's talking about how um, there's all this trauma in the community because of what's happened earlier in the series and everything. He's giving this big speech, and everyone's loving it. And he's being, he's controlling the 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 emotions, and he's playing playing that leader type role very much. And then he's rallying the crowd. And then later on in the series, um, in this season, the first victim is his girlfriend, and he wants revenge. and so he's hunting down. I keep on forgetting his name. The one that he thinks is a leader of the Hellfire cult.
I can't remember his name either. This is terrible.
I know. I can't.
Eddie.
Eddie. Yeah. Thank
Eddie.
you.
Wow.
Yeah. So he's on the hunt for Eddie. So you have the cops looking for Eddie as a suspect. But soon, but Jason, he rallies his squad, the members of the basketball team up to go hunt Eddie down and get revenge because he's angry. And he's like, oh, because they're the weirdos, so they're in that Hellfire cult. And they're Satanists, and they're satanic. They're doing these rituals, and my
There's your
girlfriend
Benjamin
just had to be,
Franklin reference.
yeah. And so he's going to hunt him down, and he's not getting the help from the local authorities he wished.
He's a
So
vigilante.
during the town meeting, he does a mirrored image of his pep rally speech, but now of the whole town. But he's using these very biblical terms. He's playing on the spiritual, their spiritual instinct, their spiritual
Fear of God.
fear of God. How he's basically saying, are you good? Are you people of God? Are you going to give justice and for the ones who have been sacrificed and get this cult, get the leader? Are you with me or are you against God? Right? He's playing all this, and I realized, and Romie help me on this. His jersey number is what is it? It's the card the Hanging Man.
I'm
What's the
pretty sure
number for?
he's 13. I was just trying to look it up really quick.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got it right here. No, he's 12. He's 12.
he's 12.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
Which
even
is
more.
1 and 11
Okay.
is 12.
And then one other thing that I just looked up for him, his actual real name. I just want you guys to quickly take a stab at what you think this actor's name is.
Christian.
Oh, not a bad not a bad guess.
Is it Christopher?
No, it's
Christ?
Mason. His name is Mason
Oh.
Dye.
Nice.
Dye?
Dye. But
You
Mason
mean
Dye.
like
Oh,
Ooh, there we go.
not
What'd you roll?
2 and a 6.
I thought you were gonna
nice.
say it's 2 and a 7. I was gonna shit my pants.
Yeah, but I thought it was interesting, because okay, um, you have this guy who I could see him later in life, if he survived. I don't think he's going to survive. I think he's going to reject the hero's call.
Yeah, the
And
hanged man death
yeah,
syndrome.
he's gonna become the hanged man essentially, which we can get into our second part. I don't want to give spoilers and speculations.
For sure.
But I thought it was interesting because later on I could see him being like a preacher or pastor because he has that energy, right? The way he's talking, he's rallying, and but yeah, I thought it was really interesting. And so, homie Romie, if you want to play that clip now, or if you have anything else you want to say.
Yeah, totally. It's got 20 seconds left to download. I had it on my Google Drive, and it's like you need to download this video to watch it. But yeah, pull it up here in 10 seconds. But in the
Okay.
meantime, I do have lots of notes. So let me just pull one of these fun things from the gematria stuff I had earlier. So
Yes.
when I really quick, I had already watched the seasons, right? So really quick, I was like, all right, let me just bust out the last 2 episodes. Forgot that the last episode is an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the last this episode 7 is literally like a movie within itself.
It's insane, and it goes really deep, and it keeps taking you for twists and turns. It is a mirror, it is a loop, it is as above, so below, which is a big playing role in this. As above, so below, because they go to the
Separat
upside
Quilpod.
down. Yes, and okay, yes, and so many things. But so, oh wait, I'm not I'm not square sheening here, which I just said square sheening. So I want to share screen, and I want to follow these steps so I can make sure you guys hear the audio when we do this.
I have a comment while we're
Yes,
waiting.
yes, please,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
So Vecna not only is an anagram for Vance, Jack Vance, but Vecna is also the real name of a D&D villain. And this villain happens to be a once king who chose to try and ascend to godhood and became a lich. And he had many titles. So I'll read a few of those while we're waiting here. So they called him Lord of the Rotted Tower, the Chained God, the Whispered One, the Undying King, Lord of the Hand and Eye, and Archlich, and
Wait,
last but
who is
not
this? Who are we
the
referencing here?
Vecna in the
Vecna.
D&D universe.
Which plays into
Who,
his character in the show.
who's a hero turned villain. And then last but not least, one of his monikers is Master of the Spider Throne. So I thought you might appreciate that for the weave's sake.
Which, okay, so a little bit on what you just said, I wanted to point out to some people the parallels that they're doing here with that character. You have his I don't know if you want to call them tentacles or arms, but they connect him to the Mind
To
Flayer.
the hive or whatever.
Yeah, the Mind Flayer, which the Mind Flayer is, it's the overarching villain that controls everything in the Upside Down, which is represented as this giant shadowy spider, and it gives him appearance not only of the spikes on the CGI'd image of the virus that they showed us for the past 2 years, but it also gives the appearance of a spider.
Or
So
a
it's
Hydra,
or a
which was
Hydra.
rumored to be in the facts.
Yeah. But the whole thing with his you're saying a rotting tower, the place he stays at in the Upside Down is just an old family home, but it's all old and decrepit now, so it's literally a rotting tower.
That theme is also something that reminds me of Legend of Zelda. There's the mirror world, and things were
really?
always slightly different. It was the SNES version, Link to the Past. And whenever you would go to Ganondorf's realm, things would be a little bit different. And it kind of reminded me of how Chris was talking about how there was no guns or ammo. And just reminds me of these tropes in video games, kind of like Resident Evil or other survival horror where there's never enough ammo. So they run to get the ammo and it's not there.
Yeah.
God damn it. Oh, sorry.
It hasn't spawned yet, or maybe you've taken it in the
Playing
past
on
and
veteran. Yeah, it's just
respawned.
Also, there's a definite, or Skullduggery had a short description because I noticed it shows up here in the gematria, but it's an 80s classic where a game of Dungeons and Dragons is the centerpiece of a mystery. Adam, who's number 1, incidentally. Adam is a man who happens to come from a long line of men cursed. He succumbs to the curse and goes on a killing spree, it says.
Wow, that's
So,
Gnostic.
1 being Adam, very much indeed. Perhaps he is the skulldugger himself, Vecna. That is.
Oh shit,
He's
dude.
playing the role of the skulldugger or the trickster or whatever. I
What,
don't know
dude?
how you would call it, but
Gnarly nuts, next level shit, because that kind of totally plays into the Vecna character role.
Yeah.
That just blew my mind.
Also, if anyone wanted to check out like something that was like Stranger Things season 4, that has a bit more character to it, I would, and if it's your thing, I would suggest Skullduggery. I watched it with AlanMarcus.com a few months ago, and it's freaking hilarious. It's such a funny B movie.
Nice. I wish I watched it before. I was going to, but I was either going to watch Skullduggery today, because I wanted to have something really fresh, or I was going to finish or just rewatch the last 2 episodes. But maybe for the next one, I definitely need to watch Skullduggery, because first of all, the name is amazing. What's the significance in the name?
well, it just means trickster, devious. So again, Vecna would be this archetype of sorts where he's basically tricking.
Well, he's the 1 card,
Yeah.
so he's the fool card.
Yeah. He's the shadow fool, the dark fool, right?
That's the other thing with this, So okay, so he's 1 and she's 11, right? Vecna's 1 and she's 11. So there's a lot of the play that we're getting here is the as above, so below, the light, the shadow, the 6 and the 9. This swirly, whirly, portal jumpy type of situation. This mirrored fractal reality where you have like she is the light and he is the shadow, but they're still they're of the same consciousness, like they're the only thing that can beat the shadow is the light, and Vecna is the shadow while the justice is the light. And so it totally plays into that, and that's so fascinating. And these directors, these people, like I was thinking this, they have to have a algorithm or something when it comes to writing these scripts. They just have to have certain sets of numbers that they want to go in on, archetypes and a template to follow, and all they have to do to write these fucking scripts is to kind of
color
go
by
off.
number.
Exactly. Like it has to be that way. There's so much gematria tied throughout this. So I'm going to touch on this. When I started episode 6 of season 4, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna watch this. I don't know what's gonna come up, but whatever. And the guys were heading up to like somewhere in Nebraska or some like somewhere random that they had not been to before to go see the little one with the fucked up teeth, and he has like the bone disorder. Can't remember his name.
Yeah.
He's like my favorite. I love him.
Gates
Gate.
Gates in his name. Gate.
What's his name? What's his name, Chris?
Gatum. It's only got like a couple more letters on it, but Gate is the first.
He's kind of like the leader. Anyway, his girlfriend, who's like the computer genius.
Mike.
Yeah. So Mike. His girlfriend, they go visit her, and you're good, baby. And Mike's an MK name too, by the way. Just saying. And what the fuck?
And it's a biblical name.
I was gonna say it's interesting because you have Mike shorted with an MK, then you have the long, which is MC, which is kind of the difference between white and black magic. Anyways, so what I noticed when the guys got out of the car, they're like, this stoner dude from Surfer Boy Pizza, he's like, I can't feel my butt after that ride. And they're like, he's like, can you guys feel your butt? And then the other guy goes like, yeah, I can feel my butt. And I was like, they just said the word butt 3 times. I was like, what's up with that? You know, so then I was just like, and then I heard another word used, you know, twice. And so this is the amount of words that were repeated
Nine.
in this one episode, in episode 6. Okay. You have, it started off with bears, which is reduces down to 9s. Okay. And the very next one was tracks, which is 90 90. They're very similar on that. Then I see you was repeated twice. Anything on here was repeated twice or 3 times, by the way. Okay. So bears, tracks, I see you were all repeated twice. Butthead was said, which you look at it how reduction gematria works is you can add all these up, and what they reduce to is to a singular thing, because Pythagoras would always go septenary. And septenary,
Pythagorean reduction.
yeah, exactly. So like that's kind of like a more traditional modern, because you know Pythagoras, who is the father of number symbolism, wouldn't go past the number 10. It would all reduce back down into one of the, like you said, Pythagorean reductionism.
So one,
So
three, 5 would still be 9.
exactly.
For
So
instance.
the thing is, where I saw most of the occurrences when typing all this in was in the reduction, and all of these damn near, I will say damn near, not all, but a lot of them. And so you look at you know, and the 369. I mean, that's symbolic too. You know, it doesn't have to just be 9, because a 3 is a 9, a 6 is a 9, and a 9 is a 9. And so you just look at all these number correspondences here, and you know, you see a 7s, you see 8s a lot, and that's another thing is 8 was a big one.
Yeah, I mean this season was set in the year 1988.
86,
Which is that's
86,
also 86.
1986, 1986.
Well, I thought they said 1988 a lot, didn't they?
I do, because I here. Let's go season.
I I was it
Four.
because I
Well,
thought I noticed that because
there's a lot going on those few
okay, so
years.
it was
85,
86.
86.
Dude, those years were not. So here's another thing too, really quick, just while
Well,
we're here.
they
I
mentioned 88 for some reason at one point.
That's, I
I
mean,
know
that's
for
Back to the
sure.
Future right there. Not gonna. Well, that's interesting. Isn't that when Back to the Future came
Was
out? No,
88 miles per hour.
88 miles per hour.
So
Yeah,
You're
it
that
right.
was
might
You're
have
right.
been, I don't know
well,
what year exactly it was.
that caught my attention because my first King of Cups episode was over Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which came out in 1988, and we talked about the number 88 and mirroring and things like that with that
Yeah,
number.
yeah.
So when I started Stranger Things and when I heard 1988, I was like, "What? Are you kidding me? I just got done talking about this."
I think there were some. Well, that's interesting. I do think there were some correlated ties with 1988 and Project Montauk, if I'm not mistaken. Um, you know,
Were all of those words said in the show, or did you just put some
no,
extra
no,
for
all
reference?
of these words except for Jockey and Boaz, Jesuit order, and Freemasons, because those are numbers to kind of correspond.
Okay, I was just wondering. I thought, wow, it really was
Yeah,
I
in your
wouldn't
face.
I
no, it
wouldn't doubt
definitely.
it because you had Hellfire Club, and then you had um, Water's Gate.
You might want to
Said,
look up the gematria for Hellfire Club. That there's probably a reason that what's his face
well,
Benjamin Franklin
their
probably
pop
named it that
culture
for a
reason,
reason.
which I don't buy, is they named it after the X-Men team. There was a group of mutants in the X-Men comics that they called
Yeah,
the
they were like
Hellfire Club.
villains, but where did they get it from? Obviously, you
Yeah.
know.
They disguise it under, oh, it's a pop culture reference, but it's more than a pop culture reference.
I thought interesting was spiders reduced down to 9 too.
Oh,
Yeah, Spider Throne.
That's so key. So kitty. Uh,
Silky spider.
another another thing I thought was interesting too, because anytime that these coded shows are pulling up numbers, um, anytime they're pulling up any numbers, you got to look at the significance, right? And so March 22nd, 1986 was the day that the little reporter friend of that one of that main girl, when they were like
Nancy.
I was just like, okay, like what's up with that date? And so I looked that up, and I was like, what happened on March 22nd, 2022? Because that's when they waited, right? That's when they waited to release this, and the timing of how these people work is very, very cipheric.
Oh yeah.
And so, the other thing, the big correlates is that we see in this episode, in this season, and the whole show, is there's a tie with Russia, right? So which makes you really
Yeah.
start to wonder what's going on with America and Russia. Which one's the shadow world? Which one's the light world? Who's doing what work, right? And then you tie into what's happening this year, and you have the Russia Ukraine bullshit, and then you have the color coordination with the yellow and the blue. And it was brought to my attention from another decode video about the yellow blue. And so I was like, wow, like when you are a director and you get to make a movie in a different time than what you're in, especially if you're doing the 80s, you get to go around with colors and no one's going to say anything, right? It's not like a Tim Burton film where it's like, wow, this is really Technicolor, right? It's like you get to be as crazy as you want with the colors because it's retro. And so you see all the yellow blue. And so this is anyways what happened on the day of March 22nd.
Which really
Very nice. That's the
fast.
spring equinox.
Um, what
Oh
on
wow.
what you just said about you're talking about color gradients. You're talking about color correcting in film, and something that um I was I have a degree in film, is what I went for college for, and um um color grading, the way it happened, or it started to be used a lot. It was around the 90s, and that's why all the classic 80s films
Mm-hmm.
has that feel, um that that look that you um that 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 you don't see in the 90s or today, is because all the color correcting, all the color, the natural color, it's whatever the camera captures, and they do have some techniques to adjust um the colors in the camera a little bit, but for the most part, that was all natural color. And then the 90s came, and you have technology advances, to where um, you can do that digitally now, and that's when you get like the Matrix with like the puke green over the whole movie, right? And now you have things like Stranger Things, um, that they're trying to emulate the look of the 80s by digitally color correcting it to have these very popping colors.
Technicolor.
So it's they're trying to use something digital to replicate something that was natural, something synthetic, and make it look natural. And the person that made famous the blue and the yellow was Michael Bay with
Oh
his
yeah.
movies,
Yep.
um, in the 90s and early 2000s, his action movies and things. He popularized the big Hollywood blockbusters using blues and yellows in the color skills.
May I comment on blue and yellow real quick? So if you look at the yearly cycle of the seasons, you would put yellow sometime around the summertime, and then your blue would be as you got closer to winter. So really, yellow and blue kind of represents the harvest season as well.
Mm.
Just
Nice.
something.
Harvesting of what though?
Fools.
Yeah, right. The fools.
Foods.
That's the biggest full screen they're going to give us here.
Full screen.
Jeez. Oh, the
That's
full
what-
screen. The full screen. That's a great name for like a movie decode channel.
Well,
Full
by the
screen.
way,
Full
while you were
screen.
going over those items there, homie, I did some stuff in the chat. Jen Psaki tested positive that day.
Mhm. Yeah.
322. She also resigned on a Friday the 13th, just like Bill Gates.
Oh,
Weird.
They did it like back to back. 1 year, Bill Gates did it, and then I think the next year following she did it. So again, numbers mean something to these people. They could have chosen any date, yet they chose that deliberately. You know.
Yeah.
speaking
And then there was Alexei Navalny was sentenced to 9 years in prison. So that was also one of those items that was listed there.
speaking of Jason and 80s horror movie icons, I guess you can say, or monsters, whatever you want to call them. I wouldn't call them that. But you have, of course, we mentioned how season 4 borrows a lot from, every season borrows something from a big 80s movie. This season, of course, was Dream Warriors, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. And of course, they got the actor who's portrayed Freddy to play Vecna's father. And I'm calling this out because I'm always super interested in how they use these stars in the rituals, and they kind of borrow and mix in each of their magics together, and you might call it typecasting. But it's a cultist will tell you that the reason why they and I find this interesting. The reason why they typecast, they use these certain people for a lot of these same characters is to strengthen their spells and kind of intertwine them, and so it's super fascinating to me. And so you have this Freddy Krueger actor who's famous for it, and you're having him play the father in this very Silence of the Lambs scene when they're trying to get information from him, right? And he's relaying his version of the story, and he looks at them, and you see that he actually has his eyes sewn shut, and he reveals he tried to join his family because all Vecna's villains have their eyes removed, among other horrific things. So you have Freddy Krueger, one of the forefathers of modern slasher horror, and you have Vecna, who's a very Freddy Krueger-like character, who's the son of Freddy Krueger. there's like passing on that lineage in a way, and you had Freddy. So you're having this Freddy Krueger character play this dark shadow version, this inverted version of a blind seer, right? A blind oracle, and they also have him give them the information to fight against Vecna. Is you have to use sound frequency music,
Oh yeah, like a
music that
song
you
brings her
have
back, right?
emotional attachment to is better, and which we will get into in a moment. But there was a song that they use that's #1 on iTunes right now because people are downloading it, and it's from the 80s. And we can talk about the lyrics of that song in a moment. But do you guys have anything to say on what I just said and what we are about to watch?
First thing is just according to the music of season 4, the very first song that they played in season 4 was California Dreaming by Mamas and Papas. And when I went down the Laurel Canyon rabbit hole, the Mamas and the Papas were heavily involved in the Laurel Canyon conspiracy, and the father of the singer from Mamas to Papas was, in fact, like just like Jim Morrison's father or Frank Zappa, right? He was high in the military, and they were known to be hanging out with Charles Manson, and those guys. So it's just like one of the other layers of the proverbial lasagna here that this is tied into.
Illuminati kids
Yeah, exactly, man.
just playing around. I did have a thought, but it eluded me just now.
As they do, as they do.
As we do.
Well, we watch this
Well,
clip. See what's
Yeah,
good.
as the brains is trying to think of what it is. Homie Romie, do you want to introduce this clip to us?
Yeah, so this is the clip where number 12 hanged man, Sir Jason, which let us not forget that this is technically a youth. He's technically a child. Okay. I mean, granted, he's like 17 probably or something like that. And he comes in and this room of adults and basically steals the mic and just starts running the scene. And it's literally kind of hilarious, but
It's hilarious because this would never happen. They would have escorted him out. They would
Mhm.
have
You'd be considered a
security.
terrorist nowadays.
Yeah.
Coming into a school board. meeting
Something
like
else
that.
too with these scenes is like I tried to first of all I took them with my phone on the thing, but I tried to show what time that these were coming in because the first scene that I filmed, which is the probably the one we'll play after this one, but it was significant the time that the scene was on, and it was only because I had accidentally bumped the remote, not because I was like, oh, like let's see what time they're putting these scenes in there. And so then that made me think, I was like, oh shit, of course there's a correlation to, because if everything else, the script is going to have gematria ties, if they're going to have color coding in there, everything, then they're going to obviously have the times that they put these things in there have a significance to the time. And I'm just like, everything is so methodical. And so just look out for that here. And yeah, so this is a 3-minute clip though. So we'll hang in there and then we'll chat about it. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Us to believe he was made a suspect just this morning. The truth is, we've been following several leads, and yes, Eddie Munson was one of them. And we are now doing everything in our power to find him. In the meantime, for your safety, we will be enforcing a strict curfew. That's your solution?
Uh-huh.
We're already doing that. It's been days.
You guys remember the curfew, huh? They try to implement that on us,
Was that guy at 310 or 311 the same guy from Trailer Park Boys that really likes Kit Kats? I mean, seriously, look just like him.
Maybe. Yeah, it's interesting.
Kitties.
I recently watched all the
Jack Black.
Scream movies with AlanMarcus.com. And
Maybe they had some cameos.
maybe, I mean, it is a Netflix property, so there's probably
I mean, is that Jack
Ross.
Black right there?
I think,
No,
Um,
but yes.
but
Oh, it does look like him.
but it hit me as we was rewatching the Scream franchise, that there was in a lot of horror movies, they always threaten curfew, and everyone's not okay with it, and then some people are. So it's like they was like foreshadowing and telling us how they're going to divide us in a lot of these
Nanny
movies.
state curfew from your nanny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely like that. That was for me was why I started filming the scene is because before he went on and the kids started doing the thing, and he said the curfew thing, and it made me think about the very beginning stage of COVID when they basically implemented a curfew,
Nope.
and so it made zero fucking sense, and everybody's like, "What is the curfew? What is that going to do?" But anyways, yes.
Just rolled a 60 and a 3.
Oh shit!
I understand
Really?
you all are upset, but I promise you, we will find him. No! You won't. Jason?
We're in the
somehow we'll
H.
talk about this in private.
Why? So you can keep
It's
me
the
quiet?
8th letter of the
So
alphabet.
you can keep the truth from coming out? Look, I don't know
Which
about the rest of you, but I
the
can't bear to listen
H
to
is
any
also,
excuses and lies.
That's
you could
enough.
I
say,
agree,
Joaquin
that's
and
enough.
Boaz.
In fact, I think we've all
Or
had enough.
Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah, the trailers.
It's not the trailer park guy. Sorry. Still might be
Last
Jack
night-
Black, though.
Last night I saw things I can't explain. Things the police don't want to believe. And things that I don't want to believe myself. But I know what I saw. I know. And I've come to accept an awful truth. These murders are ritualistic sacrifices. We've all heard about how satanic cults are spreading through our country like some disease. And Eddie Munson,
Amen.
he's the leader of one of these cults. A cult that operates right here in Hopkins. The mall fire. All those unexplained deaths over the years. Some people, they
He used the
say
word
it's out as
disease.
first, they just don't know why. Now we do. Now we know. They call them.
Okay, I didn't want to keep stopping it. I wanted to finish it, but you guys brought up the H, and the H definitely could be a pillar with like a thing connecting into the middle. And this is another symbolic thing of what I was talking about. And this might just be for filmography, just so they have, evenness, right? But you have this very often in common throughout at least this entire episode. Because these are the two that I rewatched. But you got two people over here, okay, then one in the middle, right? A lot of times these pillars are they're what's it called? A keystone, right? They're the two pieces that's connected by the keystone because everything's connected. There's not just two pillars; the pillars are holding something up.
Yeah, the
And
archway or portal.
Exactly, the archway, the keystone, the portal, and
Keystone's July, by the way, Cancer.
wow. Okay, so that's fascinating, and so now he's standing here. So it was the cop standing here, being the keystone, being the arch. Now he's here in the middle, right?
He's got a star on his H also, if that matters.
I mean, he's the captain. He's the captain of the team. So it's just super interesting. And then the next scene, they also have this just nonchalantly a altar in the back, which is very, very much kind of this type of symbolism.
Self's Hellfire.
That's bullshit. The Hellfire isn't a cult, it's a club for nerds. Just the
A club. A club. A harmless club. That's what they want you to think.
Harmless club.
But it's a
You mean like a
lie.
big
A lie designed to
oak
conceal the truth.
club?
And now this cult is protecting its leader Eddie, hiding him,
Yikes.
allowing him to continue his rampage. Last night I became overcome with this feeling of hopelessness. Then I remembered Romans 12:21. Do not be
Roman?
overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. And God knows there's good in this town.
Those are mere
So
numbers.
much good. It's in this room. It's in this room, right here, right now. So I came here today, humbly, to ask for your help, to join me in this fight. Let us cast out this evil and save Hawkins together.
Okay, so he's definitely the paladin. I can resonate with him.
So
Let's really
there's
root out the evil.
well, that's kind of the thing, right? Is like, so I'm just gonna go real quick on this because I have a lot. The reason I filmed it is because it's a fucking loaded scene, and
Yeah, it is.
it's such a loaded scene. And you know, with just the words he's saying, it's like everything that he's saying is if you could kind of implement it into what's happening today and now, right? Like all these murders that have happened from the COVID thing or whatever. All these
Word.
they're ritualistic sacrifices, he says, right?
Masks.
They're ritualistic sacrifices, and he says that in here, and he's like, but it's just they want you to think it's just a club. It's just a club. It's like that's how they mock secret societies now. Oh, you really think secret societies are running the world? It's just a club for nerds and rich people. And it's like, dude, like that's so everything that's happening in that is crazy to me. And
I can relate to that
yes.
because I've whenever I heard about the after school Satan club, club, right? I did a little bit of digging on it and found the Church of Satan had a website, and they put a little widget at the bottom where you can find the nearest temple near you. So I put my zip code in, and lo and behold, there happens to be one in West Virginia, and it's the only one on the East Coast, and it's like
Wow.
an hour from me. Yeah. So I pondered. I was like, why did they choose here of all places? Well, this is the Virgin, first of all, Virginia, and it was along an interstate and in like a state forest type area. So when we hear about these disappearances in like state forests and things like that, it kind of made me wonder. I thought, oh, so maybe this is where they thought they could, pick people off for rituals or whatever, So yeah, man. I mean, that stuff's real. And I thought, well, this is the closest one to DC, so I would wonder who would be showing up there. If it's just far enough that you can go do your thing, but close enough that you could do it on a weekend or something. You see what I mean? So, or for a holiday ritual or whatever. So it's real. I mean, that's a modern day Hellfire Club of sorts.
Yeah, it's interesting too because he's doing this out of pure emotion. He's grieving because his girlfriend was murdered. He's traumatized because he literally just saw his best friend float up above a lake and bend his body in a way that it's not supposed to, and his eyes blown out and jaw broken and dropped back down. Right? So he's traumatized.
It does sound traumatizing.
He's rallying. He's not understanding. He's trying to comprehend it the best way he knows how, and that's through his, his religious upbringing. Because you can see that Hopkins is, very like Bible Belt, right? I forget where.
Orion Belt.
Yeah,
That's what Bible Belt means to me.
I forget where Hopkins is located. It's in the show, but it's small town America nonetheless. So he's trying to process all this, and the best way he knows how is he's angry. He just wants justice, just ice. He just wants to cool down. And because he has this fiery emotion, so he's doing his thing he knows she's good at, which is giving pep talks, rallying a crowd to serve his idea of justice. And since it's on my mind, and I hinted at it a little bit ago, I was going to bring up really quick their song that's famous now because of this season, running to the hills, running from the hills, whatever it is, by Kate Bush. And the lyrics of the song stuck out to me. I'm gonna pull it up here really quick and
I got a comment while you're doing that.
Okay.
So the clip you just happened to record was where he talks about Romans, and that's your name, right? Roman. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And then his name, Jason, Yah, is Yah, son of God. Jason means that, essentially. So, yeah.
That's interesting. And I thought the 1221, because he could pull really any scripture and it would probably have been relatively relevant, you know? But
12 is his number, yeah.
Yeah, 12 is his number, and then 21 is like the mirror of that, like
of
palindrome of that. And so just
interesting.
Everything, man, they do is just so crazy.
Yeah.
I love it.
So the lyrics to "Running Up the Hill" by Kate Bush, a deal with God, that they use in the season a lot, is if I only could, I'll be running up that hill. And if I only could, I'll make a deal with God, and I'll get him to swap our places, be running up that road, be running up the hill, be running up the building if I only could. I'm trying to find it. I know there was a part in it.
Trying to swap places with God, that's kind of like a role reversal that fits the theme of this
Exactly.
this show here, right?
Yeah.
Or L11 for that matter.
Yeah, here
Even
it is.
it out.
It says, "Let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, angel, come on. Let's exchange the experiences." So she's in the song, she's saying that she wants to swap places with God so they could experience each other's lives and each other's shoes. She wants to experience how it is to be God, and she wants God to experience how it is to be her. Which, I mean, right? We're all source experiencing life in the physical. But I thought that was very interesting the way that they use that, like you mentioned, that it does fit the theme, but they use it because it's Max's favorite song, and she's got Vecna's curse, and it's like this whole, almost like in the movie The Ring, where you get 7 days, when Vecna he uses his connection to the Mind Flayer to scan for people who has trauma, and that's the people he goes for. And he gets them to have waking nightmares just like how 11 has to revisit her trauma, right? How we talk about how that's part of the whole Montauk thing. And so he's making them live their nightmares. And, and each time his connection gets stronger until he literally can still them. And they, like I said, their bodies bend in odd ways, and their eyes get taken out, and their jaw breaks. And it's very gut. They did not need to show it that way. They could have showed it any other way and be creative and depict it in any other way. But they purposely wanted it to be the most violent thing, horrific thing that you could be watching. Right?
Like traumatize you even.
Yeah, and because they show it happen this whole season to kids, and so you or so Max is getting she has Vecna's curse, and he's coming for her little by little, and he's about to take her, and I'm wondering if she's going to show if she's going to have some ability now, kind of how Will, after the events of the first season, in the second season, he can sense when the mind flayer was coming, and he would get visions. That's why he paints. If now, since she broke free of Vecna's with her own
Oh, she'll
will,
have the residue on her.
yeah, if she'll
Ooh.
have some type of residue where she will have some type of minor ability herself, but sure, she's being taken from, her body is floating up, and she's going inward, and she finds herself in the upside down, her spirit, or whatever you want to call it, and they stick her headphones on her, and they're told to play her favorite song. So they play this Kate Bush song. And so she's in, she finds herself in Vecna's domain. Instead of her going to this dream world, upside down version of her twisted nightmare, she goes to Vecna's domain and sees his house, his rotting kingdom, and then she hears she breaks one of his tentacle things on his neck, and she like pulls on it and gets free, and she hears the song, so she's running, and she can see in the distance, kind of like in that movie Get Out, like a window, which I've experienced. This an experience that I've had years ago, like this far window picture of the real world. So she's running, trying to hop through that portal, and they're playing this song about swapping places, right? And she's breaking free. She rejects the opportunity to swap places with Vecna, I guess you could say, in a way. And the last thing I'm going to say on it is, now it is a trend on TikTok and Instagram to make reels, to make videos of you pretending like Vecna is coming for you, and you bending your body the best you can in the way that they do in the show, and you use that song, and you make some type of joke like Vecna is getting me because I change my song every 5 minutes, or I don't have a favorite song, so Vecna kills me. And so then you're having all these kids do this ritual, and now it's this big hashtag Stranger Things season 4 that I'm seeing all
Yeah,
over
it's
the place.
It's like the ice bucket challenge and
Mhm.
all that
Yep.
other weird stuff.
Yep. They're getting people to literally do this ritual with this song about swapping places.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, it's just kind of like who's conformist the most? Who's the most conformist? Like, who's going to sign up first step that you can to imitate you joining the initiates?
Metaverse.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
May
I
I
mean, that's
comment on the music thing? Uh, I have difficulty ever remembering exactly what it's called, but it's a very, very short. Uh, Maybe you've stumbled upon these studios that make these really short movies or shorts. But anyway, I think it's Black Earth Productions or something like that. Are you guys there?
oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're just very still. So, in it, AI is like this adversary of some sort, and there's a shaman that they use these shamans to combat the AIs, and they'll take like a substance to go into the spirit realm where the AI has some type of dominion as well. And when they do this, they play a song that is. Did he drop?
Uh-oh. Yeah, he did. But he's the host.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't even know how we're here if he was the host.
Interesting.
Maybe it's because it hit 2 hours. I think. Hey, man, welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Okay, that's strange. They
Do you have
didn't.
to reinitiate the recording, or
No, it's still recording, and it's still at
all right,
2
cool.
hours. That's
Well, may I
that's
finish this
interesting.
thought because you might appreciate this?
Yes, I was into what you were saying. Go on.
There's a studio on YouTube I think called Black Earth Productions or something like that. They make some interesting clips, some about like reptilians and all sorts of things like that. But anyway, there's one about these AIs are taking over and creating like a very dystopian type world, and they create worlds where people become slaves essentially. But they have these shamans that can go into the domain of the AI, and they'll inject themselves with like a hallucinogen of some sort, and they'll go into this liminal space where they can interact with the AI, but they can get lost there, just like with Max and Will, for instance. Um, so they're the person that's with the shaman will be playing a song the whole time, and in this example with the show or the movie, it's a violin, and so he has him play this particular violin song so that while he's in there, he can like keep his mind with him, and that's how they defeat these AI sentient AIs is that they'll go into the liminal space and do that. But the AI is trying to trick them and get them to stay there, longer than the song. So if they do that, they get lost.
Ah,
So it kind of reminded me of what you're talking about there. And the other thought regarding Max's experience is that H in Hebrew is hey, and that represents a window or a door. So when she's striving for the window, again, that H theme is coming back up.
Yes.
That's
Welcome
fascinating. I did not know H from Hebrew is door. That's
HEI, hey.
hey.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Which
go on, please.
I was just going to mention that's why and you'll see in the Passover story, they anoint the door with lamb's blood And then also in the story with Joshua chapter 2, Rahab is asked to let a red rope out her window. So in both those cases, hay is both the window and the door. But salvation is associated with the door and the window in that regard.
Because the H, I mean, Hebrew fascinates me for obviously many reasons, but um, the H itself, just as a shape, as a symbol, as a shape, represents water too, and which is like a door and window, and
Oh yeah, the water did.
hydromancy and things like that, and the shape, the molecular shape of water is a pyramid, and
H2O.
exactly H2O, and so it builds a pyramid shape, and some people think that's why they represented the pyramids as the pyramid shape, because with some other type of high tech or with some superseded intuition, they were able to understand like hydromancy at a really big great level.
Wow.
And yeah, something like that. But the way that the H is, it's like if you could imagine it spinning, if you could imagine it moving, the H, like I don't know, I feel like it
Yeah,
It's
the
also hydrogen.
yeah.
H reminds me. I just thought about this when we was watching that clip. Um, Mario of Symbolic Studies
Shout out to
released
Mario. It's me.
released a video on Gemini today, and in it he talks about the Masonic gesture are doing this, right?
Correct.
And he talked about how in referees in football they do this. It's a sign of distress if you are a Freemason that's in distress and need aid from
Hands up,
a
don't
fellow
shoot.
brother. You will do this, right? So, and hope that another Freemason will see you and come to your aid, which is very, when we do that in everyday life. You see cops suggest that for people, put your hands up, right? A lot of times in life, if you don't like something, you go, "Oh no, man, that's not for me." You kind of do that gesture.
Protecting your spirit, your
Is
ka.
Yeah.
is that one that's open, one that's closed? Is that what that is? One hand open, one hand closed?
Oh no, it's just both open. I just wasn't opening both hands.
Okay, I was
Um,
like, that's a whole
yeah,
rabbit hole on its own.
yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole on its own as well.
Like
But
this, right?
yeah, like that.
Correct.
That made me think of the H because, um,
Yeah, you're right.
with your longer body, you're making an H with your body,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah,
Good
So
I
point.
dig that. I
Very
dig that.
nice.
Totally. Wow, yeah. So there's this great
Hail.
documentary. Yeah, Hegel. We could start digging into H words, and there's a lot there now that they start thinking about it.
Lots of alien
hologram,
Every
sound, actually.
every
hologram.
every letter though, every single letter is meticulously purposeful. I mean, it goes back to every single alphabet, because of the spiritual nature of our ancestors, and the methodical nature of our ancestors, that every single letter has a significance. It's not one's more significant than others, and or what have you, but in some cases it is. But they do all hold a resonance and a significance, and sometimes I forget about that, because it's so mundane, because
Yeah,
speaking is just so consistent, and all these things. But what's not consistent is reading between the lines, and and that's why we do these things, is because we're training ourselves. And when I say we, I really mean me. I can't be speaking out here for all y'all. I do apologize about that. So anytime you say we, I am generally speaking about,
You got a mouse in your
one of
pocket.
my many selves. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all of us, all of the me's that is there. So if you flip that
Yeah.
me, it is a we. Flip the M into a dubs, it's a we me. I'm a we me boy.
But exactly, right? That's why I mean, that's why I'm doing King of Cups, and that's why I like talking with the spiders and things. You know, we're all learning together. We're all pointing things out together. Um, and
A lowercase h, by the way, if you put a little bit of a curl on it and you cross the top, it's a symbol for Saturn. So it's lowercase h is very, very close, just like
Time.
the number 4.
Wow.
So
wow, yeah, because 4 upside down is an H. Yeah. So before I ask what else you guys have to talk about, I wanted to mention a little bit about the Duffer Brothers. I found
Yes, please.
this out the other day. This intrigued me. I followed the Stranger Things Instagram account, not because like I'm a fan, but just because I wanted to see what they're telling people through their social medias. And they had this video of them talking about how they're twins. I knew they was brothers because they literally call themselves the Duffer Brothers, right? But I thought maybe like one's like a year older than the other one or something. But in this interview clip that they shared, they mentioned that they are twins, and that they are actually identical twins, and that their parents didn't know if they was identical twins or fraternal twins until they got a test back from the doctor. And so, and that blew my mind because I was like, so, you know, they're just now talking about them being twins after 4 seasons, and it just happens that this is also the when they split up for Gemini and they released in Gemini season, and they're talking about how they're twins.
yeah, that is a weird
And
sync.
Born in
and then
1984.
yeah, and that they're and they're also implying that the parents couldn't trust their eyes in front of them to tell if their babies was identical or not. They had to wait to get scientific tests back from the doctors to tell them, oh, hey, by the way, your 2 babies you had at the same time, they're identical twins.
That's ridiculous.
And that was laughably just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So they're telling you, don't trust your eyes, right? Don't trust your eyes. Trust science. Is where I got it from that.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, I don't know, like I like I said, I haven't really looked into it. I'm just on their Wikipedia page now because you're talking about them. Thought I would like at least get the EXO story and like yeah, they're born in '84, which is I mean, look into that however much you want. They didn't
Yeah.
have they had one TV show before Stranger Things was made, which is they written, directed, executive producer, and created it, which is like it's huge.
A lot of heavy lifting.
A lot of heavy lifting for this show to do all these things,
Labor of
and
love.
Yeah.
it's
Gotta
just
roll
like
a lot
I
of
don't.
20s.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
they're
suck a lot of
they're
seed.
billed as the small town kids that just really love making movies and everything, and now they got their big break with Netflix. Is and
They
there
made
was
their deal. They made their deal with God, so to speak.
yeah.
Probably sold their soul.
That's what I'm gonna find out for the next episode.
Yeah, I definitely
Dun.
have
Stay tuned.
more. Yeah, stay tuned. I definitely have more on them. I'll wait till I do a little bit more research on myself, and Romie has his, so we can talk about it all together. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention really quick is another thing I saw on their Instagram. They shared a video of Millie Bobby Brown, the actress that plays 11, who is a flat earther apparently.
Mm-hmm.
That she, it was her on set. 'Cause they tell the actors to make videos on their phones so they can post it to the official social media once it gets released to help promote, right? And so she's on set. They're filming this scene of the Montauk scene, the hallway of dead kids, right?
Ugh.
Which they showed at the very beginning of the first episode. It was like, oh, pay no attention to how close this is to school shootings and everything. This is just a coincidence. We shot this like what, over a year ago, right?
As a pun.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a coincidence that all these things are happening. We're not trying to mirror anything. Um, even though that horror show is about mirrors. But so there, it's her and her on that set in the hospital gown covered in blood,
Ugh.
and she's doing her TikTok style dance to the song "WAP," wet ass pussy.
Oh,
And
come on now.
so
WAP is 213. Gematria.
so you have this underage girl who just filmed this scene, this horrific ritual, right? And she's covered in fake blood in this hospital ground, and she's dancing to this very sexual song. But it's okay because they're playing the radio version, so it's bleeping out all the bad words. So you have to use your imagination to put in the bad words. And she's doing this very sexual dance where she's dancing around, and she's moving her body in ways to this song, and you have people in the comments going, "Yes, Queen, isn't Montauk? Isn't that um, it's actually just a place for TikTokers. It's just a club for TikTokers." Which, I mean, I guess,
All TikTok, Montauk.
yeah. So you have all this yes queen, people thinking it's awesome that they're doing this, and they're desensitized to how horrific and disgusting what they're watching actually is.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I don't. That's why I don't like American Horror Story. It's just too graphic and disgusting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can do without a lot of that junk.
Can I read you guys something I just read real quick?
Yeah.
Not to interject too hard. That
Yeah, I'll go for it.
this that the Duffer Brothers have a new thing coming out, and guess who they're partnering up with? On March 2021, the duo announced that they will team up with Steven Spielberg to adapt Stephen King's The Talisman as a Netflix series. They will both be executive producers via Amblin Partners and Monkey Massacre Productions. Yeah, and so they're gonna make this Stephen King show called The Talisman, and they're gonna co-make it with none other than Steven Spielberg. So, wow.
Which
Do you know what the
Stranger
name
Things has
Steven
that very
means?
Steven Spielberg aesthetic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And a Stephen King aesthetic as well. Like that's what they drew inspiration from for the series, and now they're getting more into it. And that's even when they made. I noticed on Netflix. I just perused Netflix today just a little bit. I didn't watch anything, but I perused and I saw they put the the It movie, which has Finn Wolfhard who plays Mike in Stranger Things, which they really drew a lot of inspiration from Stranger Things for the It movie. So it's no coincidence that they put that movie on Netflix when Stranger Things season 4 comes out, right?
Wow.
So
Wow.
it's that whole mirroring thing. Stranger Things was inspired by
Spider Throne, and it is a spider.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Goes
is.
back and
God.
forth. What is real life? What is the art? What's the art? What's life? Which one's imitating which? Right. But yeah, go on. I just wanted to add that.
Oof. Well, I'm gonna probably do another 15 minutes, and then do the Hele Mai. Just to
Yes.
round it off on an even hour mark there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so much, and plus we're gonna do an episode 2, so it's like there's plenty of gravy to go around. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I have another clip if you guys want to watch this, and then we can talk about this clip.
Yes.
All right, cool beans, cool beans.
While we're waiting on that, I just wanted to mention one thing because I didn't know if it was going to get mentioned or not. It could be something to bring up in a future segment. But there were these grandfather clocks that keep popping up in the show, right?
Oh
Like
yeah.
those show up just before somebody's harvested or whatever. So when you were putting up the gematria earlier, keyhole was one of them that was on there for some reason. I have that written down here. There's a keyhole in a grandfather clock. You stick it in to wind it up. So I just thought that was strange that you had keyhole on there.
The keyhole
random
was
things you
from
had on
there was fuck. Okay, so what was it? Oh yeah, there was this. So the sister of the little kid's girlfriend, who's like the computer lady, when they go to the house, there's like all this chaotic stuff with all these kids, like running tyrancy all around, and the girl that the super stoner dude is like in love with, like right off the bat, they like lock eyes and they're connected. She's wearing this keyhole necklace, and it's like right on her heart chakra.
Oh.
I was like, oh shit. And then more keys started popping up right after that. It was when they were in the Russian prison. And they do this a lot, they highlight the noise of things. And it's like when people
Yeah.
are eating or they're drinking, it's like that kind of shit. But the
Yeah.
keys were like
The Duffer
super loud.
Brothers they really like to transition with sound and emphasize sound.
I love
I've
that.
noticed.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
obviously incredible at their art, which is obviously why they're, Steven Spielberg has been like, yeah, let's partner up. I mean, that's one of the most famous fucking people ever. But dude, it's just nuts, man. And so
Yeah.
go on with the keyhole. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
So I
Dude.
was just going to suggest also that maybe some times could be important to pay attention to, and in the case where we got 1 and 11, well, we could have 1:11 on the clock as well. So I was just wondering what times might show up on the clock. So you guys
Speaking
are
of
watching it.
Romie, what was the time that it was frozen on the clock?
11:13.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
thank you.
okay.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
broken clock made me think of the Liberty Bell. Because what sound did, could you, that they played to signify the coming of Vecna? It was the sound of the grandfather clock. Before you saw the grandfather clock, you would hear it, but they distorted it, so it was like powering down. So it was like boom, 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 right? But those are rings of a bell, so they're associating bells with time, and the clock has broken, has a crack in it. Just like the Liberty Bell. The upside down is frozen in time, right? From when it was created.
You know, they only rang the Liberty Bell once. I'm pretty sure. Like it broke the first time they ever used it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a facade story because it sounds like fucking just like the most symbolic shit. You know, like.
But that happened. If it were true, it's because the alloy was incorrectly mixed.
Oh yeah, faulty alchemy there.
Yeah,
and
I think that's interesting that you have this bell popping up in Stranger Things because there's lots of bells in Doctor Strange.
Oh, interesting.
Right, that's what the Marvelous Demystifiers, our buddies that do that, was talking about with Doctor
Shout
Strange.
out to Gordy.
Gordy, Gabe, and Chance. Paralleling those a little bit more. But yeah, really quick, I just I've never have read The Talisman by Stephen King, so I looked up the synopsis. And listen to this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this story. I'm going to read it for the audience. 12-year-old Jack Sawyer embarked on an epic quest, a walk from the seacoast of New Hampshire to the California coast, to find the talisman that will save his dying mother's life. Jack's journeys take him into the territories, a parallel medieval universe where most people from his own universe have analogs called twinners. The queen of the territories, Jack's mother's twinner, is also dying.
Wow, that's okay.
Like they're connected or something.
Well, it's just like the twin symbolism, the mirrored reality symbolism too. It's just like they obviously have a template that they're following. I mean, it's gonna be a banger. Let's be honest though. Like we're talking Steven Spielberg productions with a Stephen King fucking storyline. Like, how could you fail? Like it's going to be nuts.
With the Duffer Brothers,
With the fucking DBs.
Do you know what Steven means?
What?
It means victory.
Oh, I wonder what Spielberg. So iceberg, spiel to spiel. So victory.
To spell, spiel.
Spell mountain. Berg is like a mountain. It's like a peak. So like victory mountain peak.
I think to spiel something sometimes means to tell, maybe. I could be wrong about that.
To shout, to stand on top of the berg and to yell it from the mountaintops. I mean, that's what a movie is, right?
Victory!
Yeah.
Steven!
Okay, anyways. Let's play this clip, see what you guys think.
Yeah.
Shit. Wait, is it sharing? Or am I tripping?
Oh, I need to share. I'm still getting accustomed to
Okay.
StreamYard.
No worries, man. Just wanted to make sure. Just want to make sure. All right, let's go. Oh,
And all your theories
so
about
real
it,
quick. Oh, dear sweet Lord, what's happening?
they're all wrong.
You guys see the altar in the back?
Yeah.
So they're in the Russian prison and they get brought to have this delicious, delectable feast.
Nope.
Okay. And they're like in this Russian prison, they just happen to have all these candles and a black scrying mirror back here.
You know why they feed
Yeah.
captive predators live prey? Because if they don't, the predator gets bored and it stops eating. It needs the thrill of the hunt.
The Wild Hunt.
We're not here to train this monster with swords and axes. We're
Is
here
there
to
a pig on
entertain
the
it.
table?
Yep.
And this food,
Yep. That's
this food isn't to make us
fucking
strong.
altar.
It's to make us plump. So we're full of all the nutrients and protein that a growing monster might need.
Vaccine. Vaccine.
So eat up, boys. Enjoy.
Vaccine.
Did he smash a nut?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at the pig. Is like he's like basically kissing the pig. Like
So he just gave the nutshell version of what he felt they were experiencing. So in a nutshell, we're being hunted and plumped.
yes.
Yeah. And you notice he realizes the whole thing from the beginning. So he doesn't eat the food, he doesn't drink the drink.
Never eat
Yeah.
fairy food.
Exactly. He even pretends to pass out and fall to the floor.
Mhm.
They're all like, "What?" Right?
Yep.
Cersei also turned all the men into pigs in the Odyssey. So there's another magician pig kind of oblique reference.
I also want to point out that the guy that plays Hopper also plays he's in the MCU. He was in the Black Widow movie. This is about the Red Room, right? It's about the
Hopper the
MK
Copper.
Ultra Black Widow type of experiments that the Russians was doing. But he played the Russian version of Captain America in that movie.
And Sylvia Russia.
Yeah,
Captain America.
he played the Russian super soldier.
Oh, the Winter Soldier?
No, the Winter Soldier is a different character. But they revealed in the Black Widow movie that the Russians did successfully create their version of Captain America, but he's older now, and I forget his name, but he wears a red suit and everything.
Comrade Russia?
But he's played by the actor that plays Hopper, and so it's interesting that Hopper's in Russia. He's a prisoner.
Oh, like a weird dimensional deal.
Yeah.
It's like the Stranger Things universe is tickling the MCU universe.
Yeah. It's very
almost like a Spider-Verse.
Oh.
If you're getting webby about it.
I'm getting webby. Oh, what you roll, bud?
We got a 6, 20, and a 12.
Oh, that's so. What is? I've never played D&D proper. I've always played this version called Hack and Slash, where it was it's role play, but it's strictly just you have a DM and they kind of just roll for you, like roll without dice. So what is the die play here?
I'm not sure how many sides these things have because I'm a little bit of a novice still, but looks like this one's a 10-sided die. Maybe that one's a 12. That one's like a 7. This one looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 10-sided. So I got 2 10-sided die, and a 12 and a 7, or 8 rather. Excuse me.
Yeah,
So,
I think I'm going to save the rest of my notes for part 2.
but two.
But is there anything else you guys wanted to talk about as we close this?
I would just mention that, we talked a little bit about gates, and what you'll often see
Yeah, that
is
was one
some
thing
relation,
I wanted to talk about really quick. So after you go, I have one more thing.
just some relationship between gates and these programs that they would do, especially with children, to try and recruit them. Um, but I really do think that it probably has some type of relationship to the netherworld, where they're trying to get into that realm. And it reminds me of this video game I played called Beyond Two Souls. In that game, the government uses somebody very much like 11 to remote view, so on and so forth. And it eventually involves CERN, which they kind of use a particle accelerator and
Yes.
this show to open up the gate.
Yes.
So food for thought. I just think that,
Yeah.
and GATE stands for Gifted and Talented Education. So again, they kind of recruit children into that, which is what you get with Cicada and inevitably Q, etc. And just for reference, you can find that also in what's that? The OA season 2 of the OA also features the kids are called Q kids in that particular universe, and they're solving puzzles and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But the dreams all connect to it, so I think there's a pineal gland thing. Go ahead.
I was going to say the girl that starred and created the OA, I was into her for a little bit.
Britt, Marlon?
Emily something, I think is her name. Or Emma.
Never seen it. Is it good? It's good. You guys like it? Recommend?
Yeah, it was interesting.
It's a little slow at first, but
yeah. But she's into some odd things. I before the OA, what made her stick out to me, where she made this movie called Another Earth, where there's a second Earth that comes into our orbit, and we try to make contact with it, and when they do, it's just the same person saying the same thing back because they're just mirrors.
Ugh, God, everywhere. I swear.
And and the blonde girl that created it also, who was the main girl in the OA, she also was, because she directs and stars in a lot of her own stuff, as the main character. Her character wanted to go to the other Earth and see her other version's of life. But
careful what you ask for.
She thought the Earth was greener on the other side.
Yeah. And then she also made a movie called I Origins, which is interesting. It's an interesting movie. But the other one that really stuck out to me was she made another movie called The Sound of My Voice.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, which The Sound of My Voice is about these two reporters that are doing an
Expose.
article on a cult, and she's the leader of the cult, and the whole idea of her cult is she says she's from the future, and she tries to get her cult members to help her get back, help her get herself back to the future. But the
Sounds like you don't believe her, Chris. I believe her.
No, I believe her. That's the reason why I'm saying it the way I do is because I was building up to that, because the story is told from the journalist perspectives, where they go in not believing her, but then the two journalists are a couple, and the guy starts to believe her, and he actually joins the cult, and the wife is like, oh, this is just garbage. But they do a really good job of giving you like, making the audience one scene be like, oh yeah, she's from the future, but then doing something in the next scene that
Where
makes
she
her
seems
seem
like a charlatan.
yeah, like they ask her to sing a song from the future, and she sings the Cranberries'
Zombie
Dreams.
Dream.
And they're like, that's an older song. And she's like, well, in the future, someone made a cover of it, and it's really famous in the future with the cover. So it's like, but then you have these Men in Black people following her around, and all these other interesting things. And then they leave it in a way to where it's up to the audience member to decide if you believe her or not, it was a really interesting movie. But she does some really interesting things, and I can go into her whole background at some time, but this is not time or place. But yeah, the last thing I wanted to talk about that you remind me of was I wanted to hint at things that we could talk about with the gates, and Water's Gate, right? Of course, we all know what Water's Gate is, but in Stranger Things, that's what they call the gate at the bottom of the lake, and I think that was a hint at Aleister Crowley, and the reason why.
Loch Ness Monster.
Because of the Loch Ness Monster. Because at each of the gate's portals, there was these tentacles that guard the gate.
Cthulhu.
And so when the gate opened at the bottom of the lake, there was now a lake monster. And how did that gate open? It was because Vecna killed someone, right? And then the gate opened in the lake. So it was a ritual, and everything about it just screamed what they tell us about Aleister Crowley, about him doing his thing and opening the portal for the Loch Ness Monster. Which I think Crowley is a fraud. He really didn't do anything. I think
he himself was a charlatan.
Yeah.
But egregorically, the fictitious, if you will, version of his energy source. Yeah, like because I've had him be in my dreams, unfortunately, as well. When I went deep down the research rabbit holes, So
people say that about Aquino as well.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Okay, yeah, I'm not
A
surprised.
lot of people won't even say his name, which I've always been intrigued by that. I don't fear him, but
no fear. I mean,
No
because
fear.
yeah, you don't want to dwell on that because fuck, man, the egregorical energies will really start to come at you then, no doubt.
Yeah.
That's a cool tie. I kind of made that tie too because I was trying to think about the water gates earlier and just thinking about electromagnetic hotspots in general, and a lot of times they're correlated with something that's tied into this show and Montauk and stuff is the cavernous areas. Anywhere that's cavernous is going to have electromagnetic hotspots. So Kansas, for instance, or sorry, Kentucky, is known as one of like the electromagnetic hotspot of North
Ooh.
America, and it's full of mammoth caves and it's full of tunnels.
Tennessee
And
too.
in Tennessee, exactly. And so you start to look at all these cavernous places, and then you see these magnetic hotspots. Well, then look at all these deep underground military bases where they're doing, magnetic property testing. They're doing different sorts of experiments that need a lot more electrical power, and for some reason the sustainment of electrical power is just easier underground, and it's a suppressed piece of information that we will never know why, because obviously power and
It's
electricity itself
grounded.
is heavily suppressed, and it's heavily grounded. That makes sense. And so is water, right? Water is another
undergrounded.
one of these places where you have massive amounts of electromagnetic hotspots. Not every spot in the water is, but you have the Loch Ness, over in Scotland, and then you have the Bermuda Triangle, and you have the Great Lakes anomalies that happen up there. There's like a small Bermuda up in the Great Lakes, and which Chad Stumke talks about. And if you guys look up those anomalies, it's a
Swamp
bunch of
gas.
crazy shit. It's basically like, a bunch of missing ships and planes go missing around that area as well, and that's where not Project Bluebeam. It's fuck. It's like these UFO projects that the American and Canadian government put on up there, and
Yeah.
but yeah, so it's like
Is
it is
that
significant, these magnetic hotspots.
was you looking into that when you got that picture of Montauk Island that you sent me?
No, actually, no. That was all just today because I was rewatching episode 6, which is the dive, which is where the episode that they find the water portal.
Yeah.
So that was just today. No, that was I did actually haven't gone back on Google Earth since that night.
Yeah. That was another thing I found interesting when they go into Water's Gate, that portal, and they're fighting all the bats. What's his name? The one with the hair. He bites one of the bats' heads off
Like
and
Ozzy
throws it
Osbourne.
down, and then they literally go, "Oh, that was such an Ozzy Osbourne moment for you, wasn't it?" And they literally call it out that we was.
And he doesn't
had
know who
him do.
Ozzy is.
Yeah, he doesn't know who Ozzy is, and he was like, "That's so metal. You were just like Ozzy Osbourne. You bit the bat." And I thought that was interesting that they literally had him do that. And in that moment, that's when they show Nancy looking at him shirtless, all heroic, being all badass, and he bites the head off, and it pans over to her, and she's just like gargling him. So it's like,
It's almost like a Mandela effect thing, because was it a dove or a bat? And like I've heard different stories about how it's almost like it got sensationalized or something. It wasn't like what we're thinking it was isn't what it was exactly. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but that's something to look into though. With the
yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to show us, Romie? Did you say you had 3 clips?
Nope,
Do you
no,
want to say
I'm clipped out.
you're clipped out? Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
I think we'll save it for the next one. I mean, the next one will be even more gravy because the series will be finished.
Yeah, I'm
It's also just right around the corner. It's like no more than
Yeah.
2 weeks away, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely gonna have a lot more gravy between what I'm saving and what I'm gonna find out after watching the last 2 episodes.
I got one more drop
but
of gravy if you are still a little
the
hungry.
branch. What's your final thoughts?
So Vecna is a Lich King, okay? So, what do we know about liches? They have a lich jar somewhere where they store their soul. And so is Vecna, is the mind flare like his soul? Is there a containment vessel? So
Oh,
I'd be kind of interested to see where they go with that. If they really take the lich thing a little further, they might find his vessel somewhere and destroy it, thus destroying Vecna.
dude, you just blew my mind.
Spoiler warning: I haven't even watched it.
So, okay,
I just have really high lore skill. So
early prediction. Okay, okay. So, spoiler alert: if you don't want, because this is a high chance, because I can call out endings like crazy, and I already had some of it before, but as soon as what the branches said, clicked for me. So I'm gonna predict the ending of Stranger Things. So if you don't want to hear this,
potential spoiler warning.
it's potential spoilers. Okay, so the Mind Flare, the overarching villain of the series, is shown again as the shadowy giant spider that wants to come into our world. It was birthed for the first time when 11 opened the portal, when she attacked, or she used her power against um,
One.
Jason and Vecna, and he got blown into the Upside Down. It got, and when he first got there, it was all just red fog and lightning. And then once he entered it, that's when the imprint of Hopkins came. And that's why it's frozen in time at that moment when it was created. In the flashback, when we see one as a kid, he's in his house and he's playing with a jar of spiders. And he's talking, he has that whole spiel about how spiders is the perfect animal. And he's using this analogy. So you're saying he's going to have,
That's his lich jar.
Since he's
Jar of spiders.
a lich jar, what if
Oof.
the Mind Flayer, what if that's his soul? What if that's the lich jar?
I think you're onto something, because he one of his monikers is Master of the Spider Throne, so he would have a jar full of spiders as his lich jar. So,
Wow.
Yeah, man.
I'm down.
Maybe we have
So
a better ending in mind than they have.
That's why the Mind Flayer has the same psychic abilities as 11 does, and that's why it's going after 11. And this whole time, it's always been going after 11. It's because it's a part of him, and Vecna is just a hollowed husk. And all
Just
he
a vessel.
remembers is the 11 blowing him in there. And before we go, the rants, do you want to talk about this, the Luciferian symbolism of him falling and getting struck by lightning?
Yeah, I think it's Luke 10:18 where we read Christ says, "I beheld Satan falling as lightning from heaven." And so this is when he's cast out of the heavenly court. He's cast down to earth. And so in that scene, this Vecna character is falling, and it almost looks like they put wings on him too to kind of add to that imagery. But his skin and everything gets stripped off. So basically, you kind of see his beauty and his humanity being stripped off of him. And then to that point, he has nothing left but this hatred, and then he begins to test humanity, as it were, even if it's on the small scale of Hawkins. He's this tester of some sort. So he's like a guardian of the threshold, really. We kind of think of it that way, which is what Lucifer really is in a sense, because he's, it also talks about in the Bible how he was an anointed cherubim with every stone as his covering, which the high priest would wear a ephod, which is a breastplate with all the precious stones. So he would be indeed a high priest, but one that became arrogant, and rather than serving the spirit, sought to become God, just like Vecna does in this D&D lore. He seeks to become God. So he is a very much a Luciferian, which, by the way, I think that's more of a title, because the light bearer, you're an altar boy carrying the candle. So there's two of them. You got the lamb and the goat, basically, as the altar boys. One wants to be God, and one wants to serve God. But so I guess you could look at Vecna and 11 then in that same light, then, through that lens.
Yeah.
So thank you for the weave. That was a lot of spider weave in there.
Thanks for coming on tonight, guys, for a 3-hour discussion. I don't know if I know homie Romie and I will be doing a part 2. I don't know if the brains would want to come back on.
I'll do some more research. I'll probably be able to add a dollop of gravy or two.
A part 2. I don't know if we may have someone else hop in.
You mean hopper in?
Oh,
To hopper in. Okay, we are recording. Welcome, guys, to King of Cups episode 2, take 2 of our Stranger Things talk.
2-2.
Take 2. So we haven't watched it, but before the audience will, I'm going to put a clip from our first take that I think is still valuable. So that's what you guys just watched, if you're watching the video now. And this is take 2. Welcome back, The Branch and homie Romie.
Else.
So, we're going to kind of go around and introduce ourselves and give our D&D character. And I'm gonna say mine first, I guess, and mine would be a mage that specializes in potions.
Okay, mage potions. Got it.
And homie Romie, do you want to go next?
Yeah, why don't you put me in as a shapeshifter, but main character or main body is like a wooden frog with wings, and my name, I guess, is Colitis, and then I'm the son of a pope, so he's Colitis Pope.
Okay, that was.
I wouldn't doubt the Pope has a shape-shifting son.
Yeah, I've been dipped in the mercurial waters since I was a wee babe.
That's how you get baptized, just dipped in mercury.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, I got it written down.
Okay.
For being a wooden frog, that was really on the fly.
Yeah, The Branch. What are you?
I will be a zealous paladin. And I'll specialize in lore, monster lore, artifact lore.
Oof. There you go.
Great.
So we got an alchemist, we got a shady son of a bitch, and then we have a sweet storyteller that can dig into his deep pocket of gnosis, pull out some connections. Awesome.
So, we might have a visitor later. We may not. Who knows? So there
Dark
might be
Horse.
a fourth member. Who knows? But just so the audience knows how we're going to help flow our discussion about Stranger Things season 4 is, and the reason why we were giving our D&D characters is
It's
we
to
have a
die
list.
for.
It's to die for, yes. We have a list of points we want to talk about, and the brands. That's going to be our dice roller. Hopefully he gets Yahtzee at some point.
Yahtzee.
So that's how we're going to help flow our conversation.
Great idea, by the way, boys. I'm real proud of you guys on that one. That was a good one.
Yeah, that one. I mean, that's all the brains. I mean, I kind of was trying to think of a fun way to do this, and the brains really helped out, and was like, why don't we do this? And I was like, that's it.
Yeah, it's a good one because we keep going, and then intuitively, when you're doing these kinds of shows, you naturally come up with topics to talk about. But when you have structured things to talk about, it really shifts the entire conversation. So like you get to really cover a lot of ground doing it that way. Coming from, we've all recorded, I mean, what, hundreds of hours now of content that's out there. I mean, just shooting the shit and talking all the talk. And there's I like format to it now. I really do. So this is great.
Yeah, I do too. I agree. Yeah. So
Well, I suppose at any point, if the conversation seems like it's beginning to diverge from the topic that we just rolled on, then somebody can just say roll, and
yeah.
we'll roll.
Shut
and
up
see
and
what
roll.
Shut up and roll. Yes.
And hopefully we
So-
don't Rick roll. That's like if they're all ones, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was Snake Eyes.
I was just trolling.
Yeah.
I'm never
So
gonna give you up.
No, let you down. I'm gonna
Never
So-
gonna give. Never give. Pardon.
So did he want to start out? Was there anything you guys want to start with, or did you just want to out of the gate just roll?
Sorry, I really quick, I forgot to mention that Dan might want to pop on, my partner from Rising from the Ashes.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Dan.
Oh yeah.
Is that all
definitely.
right? I never asked permission, my brother. I do apologize.
Well, we do need a fourth sacrifice.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we do need a fourth sacrifice. So
he's welcome to join us.
Either him or Gabe or both.
Yeah,
I mean, at any point,
whichever gets here first.
Whoever gets here first.
Guest.
Yeah. You have the link. Can you just share the link I gave you, or?
I already did. Doing it
Okay,
all right,
great.
just like 2 seconds ago.
Okay, great. That's awesome. I haven't actually got to talk to him, I don't think. So that'd be interesting.
He's a sweetheart.
Yes. So yeah, is there anything that you guys want to specifically start out with, or should we just roll the die?
Let's roll, baby.
Let's roll.
Well,
leave Limp
alrighty.
Biscuit and keep on rolling, baby.
Rolling. All right, so I'm going to roll a few of these die because I know that the number won't always pop up, and I'll just have to see which number I can make out of the die here. Okay, so we got 9. All right, number 4. Crowley and the Loch Ness.
Crowley.
Ooh.
Oh, this is interesting. This is actually a perfect segue from our first take to this take, because we mentioned it in the first take, so that's awesome. And magic number 4 to start out with, so awesome. So to start this out, what made me think of Crowley, I'm sure you guys thought of Crowley at some point throughout the season yourselves, but what really made me think of him is the gate, the water gate, as they call it,
Mhm.
which is, of course, is another reference. But the water gate, is open, and there's the tentacles that like guard the gate that you see as they come in and out. And it made me think of the Loch Ness, and they was talking about all these types of rituals because Jason thinks that the Hellfire Club is a cult, and they're opening this gate. And that's exactly what people say about Crowley and Loch Ness, because his manor that he had for years was located very close to Loch Ness, and he was doing all his cult, sex magic type stuff, and so people credit him with opening the portal to let the Loch Ness monster through. So I mean, to
As
me
if the
that
gate
was
were in the bottom of the lake itself and it somehow came through, huh?
yeah.
That's a very interesting theory.
So I don't credit Crowley as being that powerful. I don't think he really was doing much. I think it's just old story, old talk. I don't think he was actually that powerful. But I think it's interesting because Hollywood seems to really like Crowley. So when I was watching this, I was like, this has to be a Crowley reference.
Well, Hollywood and the Hollywood branch of the OTO is pretty poppin', So yeah, like I think the Hollywood Crowley connections is real, and you got got a lot of pillar symbolism going on here, in this throughout the show, massively, everywhere from the Duffer twins to 11, to just there always being gateways, and there's you gotta have pillars to go through. There's a door, there's an arch, the pillars are a doorway, and yeah, so uh, Crowley, I don't want to give him the power and the strength either, but I'll tell you what, the motherfucker's permanent, or no, what's the word I'm looking for? Not permanent, permeable. When we were studying the Jack Parsons and like Crowley NASA stuff, we were going deep on that. He came in my dreams. I was having dreams, and he was like,
I've heard people say stuff like that.
"Really?
About Michael Aquino too.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, no, that guy pops up in a dream. I'm lucid, trip, ripping his throat out. I'm giving him an eyebrow wax job. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna
Well,
trim his eyebrows out.
when Crowley was in your dream, was he androgynous? Did he have tits or?
So dude, I remember these dreams like nobody's business. Also, by the way, had crazy lucid dreams the other night. That one special night on July 5th. Or it might have been July 6th. Either way, talking about gateways and whatnot. But he was like relatively clean cut, and he was like the small, I think, midlife Crowley. So he was kind of like, healthy. He wasn't like unhealthy, and he wasn't super young, skinny Crowley. He was like that, healthy middle-aged Crowley, and he was actually kind of necromantically controlling other people, and I had to fight the other people, and one of them was a really big old fucking fat dude. And he kept being an entity attached to other people's throats, and that's how he came through in the dream. And yeah, there's at one point like the UN like was there, and they were looking for him because he was going to meet up with me. It was really weird. And yeah, I mean, the thing is with these fucking archetypal entities, it's like you, there's a level of like, don't summon them and so on and so forth, but it's also like, no, fuck it, but just be prepared. for when it does happen, because you can fight these motherfuckers. That's what Stranger Things has, a strange kind of conundrical message of like, hey, there's this doom and gloom. There is these things happening, specifically referencing some crazy projects that may or may not have happened, in New York. But you can fight them. It's all about like a high, like getting in and tapping into your higher power to fight the shadows.
Yeah, I think that was my takeaway. I mean, I'm an optimist. I always try to find the positive spin to things, anyways. But my takeaway from this season, and it was buried in a lot of darkness. But
Yeah.
but my takeaway was that they're telling us that, hey, we're doing these things, you know. In particular, during part one, I was thinking, oh, they're telling us, in cancer season in July, now we're going to be doing some things, which they are. But you guys can stop us. You guys have the power. You guys have the cure. You just have to, be strong, come into your power, and you can stop us. So I agree. And even, this, we'll get into it a bit later, but Stranger Things is all about music, and Crowley was a lot. He inspired a lot of musicians, most famously Led Zeppelin.
Oh, okay, interesting. And also the what was it? The Beatles. He appeared on their Yellow Submarine or Sergeant Pepper's album or something like
Yeah,
that.
it was Sergeant Pepper, and then Led Zeppelin on their album. They have four symbols, and one of them is the symbol for the entity that Crowley worshipped.
Oh, AWAS or Lamb.
No, it's one of them that it has a Z in it. It's something else. It was one of like
Oh, Zopho or
the
whatever.
it was that one. Um,
I always wondered what that meant.
yeah, and apparently Led Zeppelin was into that as well.
Well, we mentioned a couple of other things on the list, so perhaps we could weave back into music a little bit and or
Yes.
July 4th and the cancer theme and the events, because when we did take one, you had this feeling that there were going to be some big events and you were really talking about that, and I could kind of feel that you were onto something. And then after we recorded, uh, all these things happened, so now we're back
Classic.
again after all these things had happened. And you said you had the ability to maybe edit and splice stuff from the first show in, so maybe
Yeah.
it'll be more clear whenever this is cut that Chris was experiencing premonitions in
Yeah.
the psychic season of cancer. So go ahead and weave on that a little bit.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. I was. I was seeing a lot of like, even though it's set in the 80s, I was seeing a lot of like 69 type imagery in like the backgrounds
Ah,
and everything, which the cancer symbol. And I was I noticed you know there was a lot of water as well, and so I was, but it was always in the background. So it being in the background, I was like, okay, so they were saying it's in the periphery. It's not in the foreground. It's not in the present, but it's coming. And that's the way I was taking it, and I didn't really know what I was thinking because it was Stranger Things that it would be something psychic. Um, but I think it's, reflecting back on what has been happening. I think it's a little bit more literal because Hollywood, especially anymore, they that they don't hide anything. They're very literal. They're very surface level. So I think my first thought of it being this psychic thing that's going to be happening, this big metaphysical, psychic, spiritual attack. Yeah, you can say that's happening on some level, but that I don't think that's what they was getting at in Stranger Things. With hindsight now, I think they was being very literal with, you know, the whole abortion stuff and the CERN and what was that thing that's happening right now? So many things are happening.
CERN and Guidestones.
The guide stones, I think, yeah.
Then Boris Johnson stepped down as UK Prime Minister, along with like 40 other ministers, which we consider like Congress members. Japanese President Shinzo Abe was allegedly shot with a homemade shotgun. So yeah, a lot of weird things popping off.
Yeah,
that week.
On that topic, before we get into sound a bit, since we're kind of weaving in that direction, did you guys notice any Kent-Syrian thing the first time that in hindsight makes a bit more sense now?
Well, the Metallica song Master of Puppets was what they played to lure the bats. And so Eddie, was that his name? He played Master of Puppets. And so I would recommend that anybody watching the series turn on the captions, because there's a lot that you might miss that the captions add. Like whenever Master of Puppets came on, I had no idea what that song was because I'm not a Metallica fan, but up it popped Master of Puppets Metallica. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting detail. And
Yeah,
so I think all the songs were chosen on purpose, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. That even I'm not a Metallica fan per se, but I am familiar with them because I know people that are really big Metallica fans, so I've heard a lot of their music before. So I was familiar with the song Master of Puppets. And even right before he started playing, I was like, he has to be playing Master of Puppets. If not, it's going to be a missed opportunity, because the episode title was Piggyback. And so I was like, there's this whole idea of puppet wizardry, and then they did use it, which I thought.
And the method was with this. The method was with the sensory depth tank that they made with salt water at the pizza place that was meant to mimic Nina, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So let's try to weave into number 2.
Yeah,
Nina.
Really quick. It looks like homie Romie has something he wants to share.
Oh yeah, can you guys see the screen?
I can add it now.
Yeah, add that puppy, because you asked what the Cancerian signs are. Where you're seeing, where we were seeing, and the CERN symbol is fully a spinning Cancer symbol. I mean, Cancerian, right? Cancerian, concern, CERN, concern, Cancerian. Psychic wheels. Like the thing is when they popped it on, everybody started having more vivid dreams. There was 75% of the people I've talked to and asked them about their dreams in the past couple of weeks have been everybody saying yes, fully, especially after July 5th.
Here's my thing about it though, because there was so much hype about them turning it back on. So was it that affecting us, or did they put that in the zeitgeist so we all be thinking the same thing to cause ourselves to have these more lucid dreams and these types of experiences?
Either way,
so
I'm not even sure that the Hadron Collider itself even exists. I haven't seen it, but egregorically, yeah, absolutely. Energetically, for sure. Collective consciousness, like when you have group meditation, and you're able to pop into that bubble and you're really able to tap in. I think the tactics itself are able to they're so fluid now. These tactics, right? They've been going on with with the CIA and the feds since fucking forever, really. But since the dawning of the television, that was like the really like that was the moment where they were just really testing out these new trials, with this new source of medium, because before they were able to do it through other sources of a medium, and and so yeah, like now they have, I think, the potential to get the medium to just be us, or get there to be a group of people that can work somebody up so much that is going to thus be the medium. They don't need a TV, they don't need like a resonance. Well, maybe they do. They might be able to control the Schumann resonance. Like that might be one of the big huge purposes of the reptilian fucks, is like to control the resonance and the tonal frequencies and the magnetosphere of the planet.
Oh, that's a really good point. I think that is a very possible thing that could be happening. That them that they're trying to do that, because you had that experiment of them locking all those people underground to block the Schumann residents from them, and they
Never heard
literally
that.
go
That's
crazy.
nuts.
And they had like a small box that could emulate the Schumann resonance, and they would have it turn it on and off.
What?
And yeah,
They put them in like a Faraday cage, and then they would control the resonance going into that cage?
yeah. And when they
Fucking
turn,
send me that link, dude.
I will. It's an insane thing. But when they disconnected them from the Schumann resonance, they literally started having like a psychosis.
Exactly. Yeah, man.
So if they're doing experiments like that, they're thinking about it. They're thinking about that type of stuff.
Oh,
So
but
I mean, that could
legally,
be
we
next
could
on their
never do it on
agenda.
a global scale. We legally can never do that. Just like, we legally can't. You can't grow a baby in a tube. Of course not. You can go up to, 3 months in a tube. Then you have to kill it. What you do with the fetus is up to you, though. But oh wait, hey, look, we have a science lab. I found out about science labs in space. Or like at
Yeah,
least off the atmosphere, like a certain amount of distance, and they can do, it's kind of like maritime law, right? Have you guys heard of that? Where
yeah,
No man's land, so to speak.
oh, it's fucked. That blew my mind. I was like, first of all, yeah, the limits to these fucks is it's not
They're
real.
trying to
There are no
escape
limits.
law, the concept of law in general.
yeah,
Think of what they could get away with if they had a space station in space. The horrors that would take place,
Dude,
like 11.
yeah,
yeah,
exactly. And there's think about the being able to, we were just talking about controlling resonance, what better way to do that than being in off the ground, like to have high like some sort of
Insulation.
magnet motor or something. Like, I'm not sure how the fuck it works or what it is, but speculating wise, what my intuition has been guiding me towards recently is magnets. I am magnetized to magnets right now. I've been studying the history of magnets and just trying to get into that, because I'm hopefully at some point going to do a fucking mini series on that. And talk
yeah,
about fucking esoterica and science. Magnets are still like, they're anomalies, all around. Like, it's something that kind of like consciousness itself, or gravity, which gravity and consciousness and magnetism are all playing within the same kind of fields, in my opinion.
That's a
you
good
know
pun.
yeah, yeah,
and like so one of the fascinating things I've found out recently is the natural magnet, every other magnet that's man-made it's metal, or it's a component constituent makeup, and then they charge it, right? They have to high charge it, and then that becomes magnetized metal. Well, there's a natural magnet that's called magnetite. It's the only natural magnet that exists.
But there's
And
also the shaman stones that Gordy has that they're one's a female stone and one's a male stone, and they have a magnet a magnetic force between each other.
beautiful. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I'm curious of what those stones
Yeah,
are made of.
just
What?
bring up Gordy's balls the next time you're on the live with Gordy. Just
I think
ask
he
him
calls
about his
them
balls.
Moki balls, I think is what they call them.
But I
But
think
so
that can be connected to the shaman, the shaman residence.
yeah,
Lodestone is another word for it. by
that's
the
the
way.
magnetite. Yeah, magnetite and lodestone are the same thing. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a question for Josh because you're well more versed in the Bible than I am. But doesn't lodestone come up in the Bible?
It's a good question. I'm not so sure it does, but what I can tell you is that magnetism was allegedly discovered by a shepherd.
Oh,
Ooh, that's
And
that's a really good segue.
magnetism, his name was like Magnet or something like that. So, like, the
No,
word
that's
we
super
have comes from the guy who discovered it. So I thought that was a pretty weird story. By the way, since we're talking about shepherds and magnetism, I think it's interesting that the facility started back up at 422, which
cool. 22. Yeah,
which
422, 22.
it's late in Aries, so it's not necessarily the lamb anymore. But what's interesting is that they started it up in April and then finished or began the experiment in July. And I think it's interesting how you have to be conceived in July to be born in Aries, which is a lamb. And
Interesting.
Cancer also represents the sheepfold gate, which is like a fence that you would put your sheep in around a still pool of water. So there's that water element, but then also the
Okay.
enclosure element that goes
Okay.
Yeah,
along with
Like
it
a
too.
toroid.
Yeah, I guess you could think of it that way too.
Interesting.
Yeah,
And one more thing though, with cancer is that the Georgia Guidestones, which were demolished this same week of cancer with the CERN, it has on the inscription at the bottom the word cancer, be not a cancer on the earth. And then, of course, they were destroyed in cancer. So that's a really good thing to
snap.
bring up.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
nuts.
mind flare shows up in season 3 of Stranger Things on 4th of July. 4th of July is a big theme in Stranger Things. So, and anyway, I just wanted to weave those two things there together.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to finish where I was going with the magnets, though, and then get
Yes.
to the actual part I was bringing up. The part I was bringing up about magnetite and it being, I don't know about the shaman stones or anything, but what I'm getting at is this called magnetite. Magnetite is the natural magnet, right? Or lodestone. Lodestone and magnetite are the same. Well, humans have a very special constituent makeup, a constituent crystal makeup of magnetite clusters in our brain. Now, it's baffled scientists for decades, okay, when they found out about these magnet clusters in our brain. Well, one fun fact is that there's the natural forming magnetite clusters that are in all humans' brains, and then there's newly formed magnetite clusters that are forming in certain regions of the country in places where they may or may not have more crop dusting types of things happening there, or just heavy metal pollutants. So, because if you have a magnet in your head and, a magnet attracts metal, well, you can see what fucking happens from that, right? So there's the natural magnetite clusters that are in our heads. That's baffled scientists for years until very recently that they started to actually make connections between, I don't know, consciousness and the magnetism of the earth and electromagnetic anomalies. Okay. And, this correlation that we're talking about, or I don't know if it was a correlation. Anyways, that's what I wanted to bring up just to let everyone know because it blew my mind when I found that out. And I think there's a big, huge, major weave that needs to happen that allows people's magnets to freely form and freely flow, so then we can really truly guide our intuition and have a fucking 100% pure conscious state flow forever and always, to burn and turn into the future of goodness, into the collapsing wings of the butterfly effect. You know what I'm fucking saying? Let's go.
Yeah, yes. Let's roll the dice again.
Yeah, let's roll.
All right, let's roll. All right, let's see. Number 8, the upside down.
Oh.
Dude, that fits in so well. So I want to let everybody know we didn't plan any of these numbers at all. But dear Lord, the upside down world is number 8. That's crazy.
Oh, you just said something about 8. Yeah, 88 and the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
So what's the upside down to you guys? Does it represent what you think it would? Like, you've had your own spiritual experiences, I'm sure. So does it mirror anything that you've experienced, or is it like you would imagine it? What are your thoughts on the upside down?
Did you want to go first, Romie?
Well, okay, yeah, I will, since you asked anyways. And you know my ass is fucking rambles, so I'm gonna just do it, and I'm gonna shut up, and then I'm gonna let it go. So, I think right off the bat, the kind of thing where, I think it's a reference to like the concept of the mirror world, or the dream world, or that specific shadow realm where the sleep paralysis happens, because you're having a lot of like
Yes.
sleep paralysis. You know, you can't move. And I've had sleep paralysis right after my grandma passed away, and my grandma was the lurker, right?
Oh
And
my
the
goodness.
dude, it was really
How
terrifying,
terrifying.
very terrifying. And this room that I was living in Portland, Oregon, in a basement at my friend's house, a pretty cozy basement, you know. And I like came home that day, normal day, and I don't normally take day naps, you know, especially back then, you know, so it was a few years ago. And I was just like, I had to go to sleep. I had to go to sleep. And it was like 4 o'clock or something. And I lay down, and yeah, it all just happens. She was there at the edge of my bed. Her mouth is, and it was no more. I think it was 4 months after she passed away, and I was there with her in hospice, you know, and everybody left the room, and you know, because me and my grandma had a really special connection. I love my fucking grandma. Like, she encouraged me to write and make music, and you know, and so like I hold that inspiration tried and true all the way till the end. And yeah, so I was like, is it her? Because I knew she had some spirits and demons attached to her. She had some fucked up shit. Talk about trauma. My grandma was there. So the upside down is like, you know, we're talking about CERN, and throughout this whole show, you have the whole Russia tie, and you know, you have these projects that have been going on. That the show's based on the Montauk project, and using children, and it's just, dude, it's so fucking deep. I mean, it's so fucking deep, honestly. It's ridiculous. And just ripping open portals, jump in, and having entities slip through, and just and all these things are, it's all vibrational, you know. So you can do it without machines, but since they need to have this, you know, since they have the access to make these heavy machines that can maybe split space and time apart, then why the fuck not? You know, if you have endless resources, why wouldn't you be trying to rip portals in space time, you know, to really, you know, I don't know, terraform other planets or what? Like, it's nuts, man. But I think definitely there's a lot of like the MK there, and something with sleep paralysis and demons. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I've had sleep paralysis too, as well. I've had the old hag on the chest, and then I've had
Yep.
I was sleeping on my side, and then it was like first thing in the morning, and I started to wake up, and I saw, I I felt, I heard something talking, and I felt like something was sitting on me, even though I was on my side.
It's
And
pretty scary, isn't it?
then I saw a hairy foot, or like a bear or something, step down, like it was like on my head, and it was like stepping down like on the staircase. And I felt the impression of the bed go down as it stepped.
Like at
But
the
so-
weight of its stare.
Yeah, and it was intense. But I've had experience like that among others, and
That's nuts, dude.
It is
Like on you, like on top of you, like that's so scary.
yeah. I got it to stop messing with me by just not caring. Just being very, I was just so annoyed, like, "Ugh, I just want to go back to sleep, whatever." I just
Bear.
rolled over and stopped caring about it and stopped fearing it. I was just like, I just want to go back to sleep. And then it stopped coming around because it was like, I can't get any emotion out of this guy because this guy just wants to go back to bed. He doesn't care.
Weren't
And
feeding them.
yeah. And so
Don't feed the bears.
don't feed the bears. And I get what you're saying, but for me, what I think the upside down is, I think it's a untapped realm, because you see it in season 4, when they're going through Vecna's backstory, and you see when he first get there, it's just this vast landscape, and yeah, there's like some demigorgons, and there's the black cloud that is the mind flayer, but it's not malicious. It's not evil. It doesn't have a goal. It's just existing.
Mm-hmm.
The demigorgon, they're just existing.
Feeding off of
It's
your
not-
fear too, probably.
Yeah, and it wasn't until Vecna got there, right? And he used his psychic abilities to take control of the mind flayer,
Mm.
and then through the mind flayer start controlling the demigorgons and all the other living organisms, and start shaping the upside down and turning it into this dark, twisted thing, right?
As it was changing him.
Yeah, as it was changing him. So it was like this. There's a
Symbiotic.
Yeah, there's this other word for it in science, but it's where a parasite, but you're both parasites.
Symbiosis. You both
Is
benefit.
it symbiosis? I was thinking there was another word for it. I might be wrong though. But that's kind of how it is.
Like Venom, for instance, is known as a symbiote in Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So,
Vecna
and
is
that also makes
absolute
me-
venom.
And that makes me think of I don't know if you guys have seen The Legend of Korra, the spin-off to, or the sequel series to The Last Airbender.
Mm-hmm.
But in book 2 of The Legend of Korra, which was themed spirits, the whole point was a lot of the spirits was being turning into dark spirits because of Vatu, the spirit of discord and chaos.
Like Eris.
Yeah. So he was. The normal spirit world is this neutral space, but then it took the discord and chaos to affect them, to turn them into dark spirits, and with the more he turns them to dark spirits, the bigger his power gets. So it's a very similar relationship, and so, and that goes back to how we create our world around us. What we perceive, we are co-creating it,
And you
I think that's
attract
a really
what you put out too, yeah. Like the law of magnetism in a sense.
Exactly. So I think that for me, that's kind of what the upside down is. Yeah, it is a mirror, but it's a mirror. It's just a mirror. It depends on what the mirror is facing for it to,
Mhm.
and then that
Good.
determines what it's reflecting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, fuck with it. It's such an interesting, cool concept too. Like to be like that. They were the first people to enter the upside down world. These projects that were going on with these kids. The kids were the how they were able to open the portal. And so what they had wanted to happen with the projects, Papa, whatever, which I think is episode 8, where he passes away. But Papa, his whole goal was to you know, use these kids, right? Even though he kind of seemed like he had this, you know, like, I was like, you couldn't tell if he actually cared or not and what his intentions were. But either way, he was going to use the kids, and they got what they asked for, or be careful what you ask for, because she opened up the portal and it was in the Rainbow Room, and I was like, the Rainbow Room. I
Yeah,
was like,
man.
that's the Rainbow Bridge, dude. The bridge between the
Bifrost.
gods and yeah, exactly, the Bifrost Bridge, the Odin riding the bridge. The connection between the other realm, the godly realm, or just another higher realm of sorts, or just a different dimension in general. The rainbow
Also,
is that connection.
think about old TVs when it's in between a channel. It
Yeah,
has the
yeah,
rainbow pattern.
That's cool. I didn't realize
And
that.
yeah. I mean,
and
dude, that's
t- and,
hilarious.
and TVs, I mean, they're just black mirrors.
Dude, they're fucking portals. Fruit. That's another dimension you're watching. You're
Eh,
watching at the Rick and Morty make that joke, when they're watching Universal
Yeah,
TV. It's just you're jumping to
yeah,
there's different dimensional time spaces that are showing you clips of things
exactly.
happening in the here and now.
And even in the Nina project, in her deprivation tank, they have all those screens above her.
Mm. Whoa. True. Saltwater screens, magnets, uh fucking babies, kids. Like I was rapping on okay, are we no, Josh, what's your version of the upside down world? Before we
Yeah,
get too far away.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
cool, man. I've had a lot of paranormal and supernatural type experiences in my life, and what I would call that place, I've encountered it, even though I've had waking encounters with supernatural. I've only encountered the upside down in dreams,
Mm-hmm.
and I've never really had a repeating dream, although I've had a dream that I was in the same room
Mm.
and I experienced what I call the gray, and the air got thick and had like particulate matter in it,
Ooh.
like soot or ash or something. It was really
Oh.
interesting,
Whoa.
and
That's like the
reminds me
upside
of.
down for sure.
That's what I'm saying. It reminds me of Silent Hill, like the way the air looks in
Oh
that.
yeah.
And so whenever that started, this entity manifested in a swirling. It picked up the. This was in a bedroom, and it picked up the covers off the bed, and they started swirling around. And
Nope.
the,
Get the fuck out
yeah,
of there.
well, that's exactly what I thought. And I turned around and grabbed the doorknob and fell through the door, the liminal
Oh.
boundary there of the door, and woke up.
Oh.
And then a year
Oh.
later, I had the dream again. Only this time, I was on the other side of the room, and
Oh.
yeah, and the air did that again, and I backed up through the door, and there was this entity standing in front of me that was short and like very, very fair, like light skinned, with like white hair and crystal blue eyes. And I
Gnarly.
instinctively reached out and grabbed it on the shoulder and was like, "Hey,
Androgynous?
don't." Yeah, I couldn't really tell if it had a gender or not because it looked young too, even though it might have been like 1,000 years old.
For sure.
You know what I mean? It had those
Yeah.
qualities about that stuff didn't matter. It was just
Ageless.
like it was, and it didn't speak either. But when I did grab it on the shoulder, I was like, "Hey, don't go in there." It slowly turned its head and looked at me, and that's where I noticed the eyes. And this moment of knowing occurred when I could speak, because, like Chris mentioned earlier, your encounters with the succubi, did you lose your voice? Like, you can't talk either, right?
Yeah, I was paralyzed. I couldn't talk
Yeah,
or
right.
anything. Yeah.
Everybody, it's funny because the stories don't always include that, but then when you ask, it's like, oh yeah, yeah, because exactly right. And so in this dream, it did it to me in the dream too, even though I've had it happen in sleep paralysis situations. But in the dream, it did it too. But so if you're ever in a dream and you encounter a demon like this, go through a boundary, like a doorway, and odds are its influence is contained to the room it's in. And there's something about geometry that affects them in certain ways. So keep that in mind, because once I got across the threshold, that entity was still on the other side, but my arm was across the threshold on the shoulder, and it just looked at me, and we somehow communicated non-verbally, and I realized then I was supposed to speak a name of God or El. And when I did that, a bright flash of light banished the demon that was manifesting in the room. And then, of course, I woke up that time. So the first time I retreated through a door and woke up. The second time I actually confronted and fought. So like Elle's experience where she retrains and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like in some ways what we go through in dreams and when we have these supernatural types of experiences, in a sense, we're going through a type of training too. I mean, that's what our life here on Earth is training. And
the Matrix is about too, man.
Yeah. Well, if you recognize what you're encountering, life can take on a whole new type of meaning and purpose, you know? So I think that really what we're seeing in this show with the upside down, like you guys said, it is a mirror. And that reminds me of an old Super NES game I played, Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. When you went to the Dark World to fight Ganondorf, you used a magic mirror, and whatever you were, you got reflected into the Dark World as that. So when you first go into the Dark World as Link, you're a little bunny rabbit.
Dude, I want to weave on this too, bro, because it's funny. It's like you literally, like, you know, I think we're all vibing out, bro, because like I was thinking of video games and I was like thinking about how video games kind of correlate this kind of dream aspect, right? Like a lot of things that you see in video games are coming from a creative person's psyche of something that they either can make up in their own head. And think about just creative energy in general. So you can dream while you're sleeping and your body's resting, but you can also just close your eyes and visualize and create endlessly. And so when you think about video games being a conscious creation of these other things, and then you have it be implemented in society for, I don't know, fucking 4 decades now, at least, right? Then it's like it's like what's happening to our creative energy itself? What is happening to? Are we able to differentiate? Is it all making a huge like just
weave
a mega weave of like the micro macro, like
the World Wide Web?
Yeah, dude, exactly.
Yeah. The Internet of Things.
Instead of lucid dreaming and getting into a deep sleep state, what are kids doing now? They're staying up playing video games,
staring at the blue screen.
So is video games a substitution for lucid dreaming?
That's interesting. Yeah, I ask a lot of my clients if they dream, and most of them say no.
Wait, clients for what?
I'm a counselor.
Oh.
So whenever, I always like to ask them how they sleep and if they dream, because if you're dreaming, that's an indicator that you're getting enough rest. And if you don't get enough rest, you're not going to hit that REM stage.
Yeah.
Wow. So the other night when I had this lucid dream on July 5th, I think it was, or the 6th, it was just a couple days ago. I was up late finishing a song for the podcast, the intro song, and I was really stoked on this one. You know, I'm
stoked that you're giving me the opportunity to do the visuals for it. I'm so excited.
I'm stoked that you guys are stoked.
I'm stoked, dude. We're all stoked.
Well,
But I literally was right here where I'm sitting at my desk with my computer working on shit, and I was just like, okay, done, click, and then I go, my bed's right here, like just right behind me, and I lay down 2 minutes tops, and just I just close my eyes, and I'm just like, oh sweet, look at my hands. I'm like, awesome, pile of leaves. I was like, great, let's swirl them around. Oh, I was like, fuck yeah, we're lucid dreaming for sure. I was like, let's fucking fly, and then and bust through the wall. And then it was such an intense dream where I knew I was so awake and I was so sleeping and I was controlling this, like I was flying, but like I started shaking a little bit in my skin, you know, like that really that feeling where you're just like, and like I'm fucking, did I take some ecstasy? Like what the fuck? I did drink some sleepy tea though, I will say that. But I drink a lot of tea and sleepy tea, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I was down for maybe 2 minutes, and I had to pull myself out of that one because I was like, this is too intense of a waking dream. And I don't know, like what's up with that? That strange, like because you said if you don't get enough rest, then you know you won't dream. Or but that night I feel like I was up till 2 a.m. squinting at the screen, you know, like I was exhausted. But yeah, what's your opinion on the on that little tiny that right before you're about to go into sleep and it's like crazy lucid dream potential spot?
Well, REM is the stage you dream in, and that's known as rapid eye movement. So there's something linked to the eye movement. And if you were to watch somebody sleep, as creepy as that might sound, but you'll notice their eyes are rapidly moving all over the place, and even though their eyes are closed. So I do know that it might be with John Dee or some other um, occultists, but there were some there's eye movements you can do with certain meditative practices to initiate certain brain waves and
God, that's
meditative
fucking
states.
genius.
So imagine drawing like a sigil with your gaze. And so really you're unlocking patterns in your mind. You're basically unlocking it in a sense. I don't know if you've ever played the video game Arx Fatalis, but it's an old PC game, and you would draw runes in the air to cast magic. So it kind of reminds me of that. Like instead of your hand being out in the front of you, you know, it's
well,
just your
even
gaze.
in the book Rebel Genius by Michael Dante DiMartino.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah. He's the co-creator of Avatar: The Last Airbender, but he has this book called Rebel Genius, which is about a world where it's like a fantasy Renaissance world where
Oh, love that.
magic is like painters and sculptors, and they do magic by doing drawing sacred geometry,
Yup.
and then the Supreme Empress that takes over and renames herself the Supreme Creator, outlaws all art, and then
This is
there's
Queen
like this
Elizabeth.
rebel group of artists that are mastering sacred geometry and finding the creator's souls. But that's how they do it. They draw in the air. They draw sacred geometry symbols.
What a
Oh,
sick fucking book, dude.
there's another
It's
game
insane. Rachel and I had that was our first book for our book club that we do. I suggested it. I was like, you got to read this because it's insane.
That's
Yeah,
tight.
it reminds me of that as well. But
Can't
yeah,
remember the name of it. It's like Nuna. There's another game that's like Japanese-ish, and you draw. It might even be on the Switch. It's real well known, but I would encourage people to look at that one too, if you think that concept of drawing sounds interesting.
yeah.
Is that called aromancy? There was like these 7 sacred magics in the Renaissance period. That was like necromancy, hydromancy, geomancy, aromancy, pyromancy, scalpomancy, I believe, with the scapula bone, which made it in there. And palmistry made it
Clavicle.
in there too. Oh, the
Notice how
clavicle.
clavicle is a key. Yeah, just like the clavicle of Solomon.
Oh, the bone key, or what's that called?
Yeah.
The skeleton key.
It's your collar. Which there's a topic of angel collars too, where they would trap an angel in a vessel. So that's something to look into.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
The
roll.
wolf collar.
They may do that in Scene to Thane season 5 in the finale. Who knows? But if you guys have any last words on the topic now, you can say it. But I think it's a perfect time to roll.
I do have a couple things written down. So there was a interesting thing I caught on YouTube about it was a mermaid movie, and this guy was a general in an army or whatever, and they were always hunting down the mermaids and killing them, yada yada, kind of thing.
Whoa.
But whenever he he swam all the way to the bottom of the lake, Chris, and when he did, he touched the bottom. It reminds me of that video where they found like ultra dense salt water at the bottom of the sea and they couldn't go through. And they're like pushing on it and it's like waving up and down, but they can't actually go down into it. But anyway, when he does touch this pool of water at the bottom, it inverts and he's like standing up and not even in water. He's in an upside down world. Like at the bottom of the lake, it turned into upside down world. And that's where the mermaid lived. And so it was pretty weird because she was like opening portals and, some of those movies are really over the top.
Is this a YouTube movie or is this a movie?
It was on YouTube, yeah. It might have even been like just a scene from it, but what I got to watch was pretty wild.
Yeah, there could have
even
been really interesting.
It could have even been on Amazon or Netflix.
Like B, C, and D list movies on YouTube. That's what
I'll tell you what.
We watched some of them in our movie group.
I'm looking it up. Mermaid movie. Because that sounds super interesting.
It's Chinese.
I love sci-fi.
So excuse me.
Mermaid movie Chinese, 2016.
Yeah, it might help. What's the name of it? Does it say?
The Mermaid.
Okay, well, that's probably it then. So
maybe it was H2O, that Australian teen series about girls turning to mermaids.
Oh, and speaking of sea creatures and such, in Zelda, Link to the Past, to maintain your form from this world, you had to have the pearl item, Pearl of Wisdom or something like that. If you had that, that's how you were able to still be Link in the Shadow world. Otherwise, you were a rabbit. But anyway, so there's some sea stuff there for the upside down. But one other thing I had written down here, I was reminded of the Langoliers, and because the upside down was like 3 years in the past, so it's like this old canvases, right? This is old art. It's just deteriorating in this 3-year-old realm, but at the same time locked in the stasis. Well, I think Stephen King is a topic, so that's why I wanted to mention the Langoliers, because in that story, the Langoliers are these creatures that eat time, right? Have you guys seen that?
No,
I haven't.
Wow.
I haven't really dove deep into Stephen King as like some of his more famous stuff.
Well, it's a old movie, and as a child, I watched it a lot, so it kind of sticks with me in a sense. These people get trapped at an airport, and there's like an anomalous. They're like trapped in this anomalous in between, and But one more thing before we roll. So the Rainbow Room, you mentioned that. So that's also, not only is that where Vecna had his Sith killing all the Jedi children moment, but that's also where 11, L, is another word for God, by the way. A God, not necessarily the God.
Yeah.
That's where L casts him into the upside down, is in the Rainbow Room.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And that's the fucking portal right there, dude.
Yeah,
To the God.
And she did it. when he was in the hidden room for the one-way mirror or the two-way mirror,
Oh, see, there's more mirror symbolism.
because that broke and he was behind it and she was
Yeah.
in the rainbow room.
Yeah. And but it was like, is it God separating from its shadow self and creating the fallen angel aspect?
Well, that is true, but they are supposed to be shepherds to humanity, and this is where we get into the concept of a shepherd and an idol shepherd. The good
Okay.
shepherd that they'll die for the flock, and then the one-eyed shepherd that's the idol shepherd that doesn't and instead preys on the flock. So if you'll notice, Eddie, the dungeon master, at the very beginning of season 4, he's describing Vecna, and he makes it a point to cover up his eye and say he has one eye and a gimped like left arm. And if you notice, which arm is it that Vecna does his sacrifices with? It's his left arm. It's like some grotesque claw-looking thing.
And he would claw out their eyes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when you read in Zechariah 11:17, it describes a woe unto the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock. My sword will be upon his arm, and I'll take his right eye, something to that effect. So in other words, he'll be missing a left eye, or excuse me, he'll be missing a right eye, and his left arm will be withered. So that's exactly what Vecna looks like. And even when he first gets cast into the Upside Down, there's a point at which he has one eye walking through the desolation of the land. And then, of course, later on, he just gets all grotesque looking. But there's a period of time where he himself does have one eye. It's like shortly after El casts him into the realm. But right about the time he finds the Mind Flayer, actually.
Yeah, and on the topic of one eyes, I wanted to mention what they're doing with Max going into season 5. At the end, she's in that coma. And
she couldn't feel anything or see anything, she said.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because you know how Will, after he came in contact with the Mind Flayer, he still has that connection. At the end, he touches the back of his neck and he's like, "It's here." I wonder if once Max returns in whatever form she returns as, if she will have some type of connection that will give them the upper hand in season 5. And will she be the new blind seer, the blind teacher? Because they should be teaching them from whatever ability she gains by the time she gets back.
Okay.
Well, there is that piggybacking type stuff, so maybe she'll be able to enter people's dreams and help them out. And stuff.
Which will be interesting because there was, in high school, I read this book because I didn't want to read like the Divergent or like the Hunger Games books because they were so popular. So I picked up this other book. It's called Wake. It's a trilogy of books, Wake, Fate, Gone. And yeah, it is like a young adult teen novel, but the whole plot of it was about this teen girl who doesn't dream, but what she does, and when she's around someone that's dreaming, she faints and she goes into their dream.
Love that.
And she ends up teaming up with like this Jump Street Underground police group to like solve crimes. And they even tell her that like people that have your ability in the past have used it to plant ideas in prominent figures' minds while they're dreaming. But in the final book, Gone, because it was Wikipedia Gone, she is trying to find her roots, and she thinks her powers are genetic. So she finds her dad, she's never met before, and he's in a coma, and her powers render her physical body every time she uses it. So she's getting skinnier, weaker, more blind, more gnarly. She's becoming less able to move, and she wants to see if she can prevent it. So she's trying to find her dad. Turns out her dad's in a coma. She goes to go visit him. Apparently, he's dreaming as he's in a coma. So as soon as she enters the room, she gets stuck into his coma dream, and now she's stuck in her dad. So she's trying to figure all this out so she can get out and solve her problem of her dwindling body from using her powers and by finding the root of the source. It sounds a lot cooler than what it is. Again, it's a teen drama series, so they only kind of hint at things, and they really focus on like her and her boyfriend and stuff. But when I was watching the final season of Stranger Things and the whole thing that they did Max at the end, I couldn't help but think of that book, because it's very similar.
It reminds me, you mentioned how she loses her life essence or vitality as she uses her power. It reminds me how when the children exert themselves, their nose bleeds.
Yeah, their nose bleeds.
There's some type of sacrifice going on.
When 11 uses so much of her powers, she starts bleeding from other orifices.
Yeah, there's something going on there. That's your lifeblood.
Man, I wanted to make this weave when we did the show, and I fucking forgot about it until now. But it's not even a major weave by any means. But I'm also watching, or just finished watching The Boys, because that show's hilarious. It's also done really well, and there's correlations between Stranger Things and The Boys in the sense of the kind of like play off of the V. There's just the letter V, right? And in both of them, there's Vecna, which is like the thing, that we know what Vecna is. And then in The Boys, there's this drug called V, and V makes you into a superhero. But I was kind of visualizing it like, when you do get the V, when you take the V drug here, when you get the stab, which is an injection in The Boys, it turns you into a superhero, right? You get to go and boast about your sweet new juice that you got from a
And V
syringe.
is Roman numeral 5, so that's like the fifth element. You're introducing the fifth element.
Yeah,
and marriage,
straight up.
lovers.
And so, but these shows are going on at the same exact time. They both played finales within just a few days of each other, and they're both airing at the same time. It's just I'm just looking at the kind of just major roles in Hollywood right now, and there's this kind of like battle between the thing that there's a battle going on, meaning that there is some inside information coming through in these pieces of art right now, as art has always kind of been a foreshadow of like predicaments to come. These people are channeling because I think they're doing major workings, and so I just wanted to bring it up because it's like, if we start to like look at more shit that's out right now, and less for entertainment purposes, but more for like, can we? But don't get stuck down now. Don't get lost in the sauce now. You feel me?
Oh yeah.
The Boys is
well, and maybe this is a good opportunity to talk about the gematria. So, how do you think it is do you think it's intentional, or do you think it just finds its way into it spiritually somehow? Like if this person's channeling, because a lot of times it doesn't make sense to me how it could possibly be on purpose. It's as if you find too many coincidences, it's like, okay, well, this had to have been a channeled experience for that person because they're on the channel, or otherwise you wouldn't see all these things lining up because they too are on this channel.
So I know you got some gematria images you're gonna flash up, Romie.
Roll the images.
But before you do, I'm gonna screen share one thing.
Absolutely.
I shared it last time, but I'm gonna share it again really quick.
Can I share something that it won't be relevant after this? So as we wait here, there's another movie that I think you can find on YouTube. But anyway, it's called Beyond the Black Rainbow.
Oh, I've heard of this.
It's pretty. I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. Use discretion because it's pretty intense. It involves a lot of abuse and stuff like that. But anyway, it's basically the same story as this Stranger Things thing, except slightly different, of course. But she has like psychic powers and such too. But what it is, they have to expose these children to trauma
Mm-hmm.
to unlock this like survival instinct. It's like a forced evolution. It's like to protect themselves, they will form this ability to launch psionic attacks, and maybe it comes in different flavors with different children. So they're just kind of studying it and trying to figure it out. So I think there really is something to it, at least in the subconscious creative mind, because we do see this in like Elven Lied, an anime, Akira, an
Yeah.
anime.
Yeah, I was thinking of Elven Lied in expression in this
similar, isn't
season when they're leaving the underground facility and Elle's breaking out and she blows up the helicopter because she has the collar around her neck. And I only watched the first few episodes of Elven Lied back in the day. But I remember that first episode when she breaks out of the facility, and I just got very similar vibes.
There's a common
from
theme
it.
in a lot of
Yeah.
that media, and
Yeah.
it's that you can't control the weapon that they create.
Yeah. Anyways, really quick, before we get into Roman's gematria stuff, Gabe Slick Dissident did this that you're seeing on the screen, and he suggested for me to share it here too. This is the gematria for the word strange, because he was doing his video on the Marvelous Demystifiers about the movie Doctor Strange a while back. But we can still use this for Stranger Things. It's strange as phonetically matches in multiple different gematria calculators, all equals to the same word as shortage numerically, which is interesting.
Yeah. Or like it's like a shift or a transference or something.
Yeah.
Into
and
the
you can say that there was what type of a shortage was in season 4? And
communication.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let me
ham radio was big emphasis.
Oh, I need me a hammy.
I got a few.
Nice.
I think communication it was a big one, because that was, as someone who is like my degree was in film. That's what I went to college for. And this season was at least story-wise was a disaster, especially in episode 8, Piggyback.
Well, that's just like Game of Thrones, because if the series exists contemporarily as it's being written, it gets heavily influenced.
And I think the main one of my main things that I noticed that was seemed to be causing it was I won't touch on this too much. I'll just say it briefly, but it was the fact that they broke up the team so much. Because in the past it was like just 3 groups.
It's like playing an RPG when your team gets split up. It's like, oh my gosh, I got to re-equip everything now.
Yeah, and now you had like what, like 6 different groups.
Yeah,
that was doing different things, and they could like in episode
Choose
8.
your own adventure.
Yeah, episode 8. The first like 10-15 minutes was Joyce and Hopper in Russia,
Yep.
And then the last hour and whatever was 11 and Mike rejoining.
To
And
Russia with love.
so it's like, why couldn't you, like, just as editor, you would want to pick the first 10 minutes that was all in Russia, and if you was going to carry that throughout the whole episode, recut that and put it in like the previous episode, or put it somewhere else where it fit
But they're also
and
purposely
flowed better.
trolling, you know.
You wouldn't write a book and then have a chapter within a chapter. You wouldn't like. There needs to be some organization, and I felt like they had so many bullet points of what they needed to share. Like we're talking about you need to mark off all the gematria numbers to make sure they're in it, and
The soup has to taste right, Chris.
yeah, but they had all these ingredients, but they didn't know how to put it in what order. It was too much for them.
They
I
didn't
think.
let it simmer.
Yeah.
That's coming from such a technical perspective too. Someone who actually went to film school is just like, well, let me tell you this: these fucking sons of bitches.
He's got a point. The storyboard would look pretty crazy, wouldn't it?
Oh, I bet their
Yeah,
storyboard was nuts.
I mean,
Dude.
I
I'd
like
like to see the
complex
deleted
stories, but it
scenes.
has to flow. And after 8, I paused it. I was like, this episode is not flowing together at all.
Well, something that's interesting too is like the lengths that they decide to do on each episode, because they were all kind of different. And then not to mention that the final episode was in fact 2 hours and 22 minutes
Wasn't
and
the
12
last
seconds.
2 episodes both 2
No,
hours?
the first one was with an hour and a half or whatever.
Oh,
But
excuse
it
me,
was
okay.
2:22:12, 2 hours 22 minutes and 12 seconds. This is very intentional, and with the gematria shit, that I didn't pull up any gematria for this episode. I did for the first one that we did, but because I just watched
You
this
can
other
pull that
guy.
back up if you want as you're talking.
Well, I'll show you what I brought, because it's this other guy who has done a Stranger Things breakdown and did the gematria for it. So I just screenshotted what he did. So that's what I have, and like
Okay.
I can just share that because it's interesting. And he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, screenshot these. He insists that we do.
Nice.
Let's see.
It'd probably be a good idea to run gematria on those song titles.
Yeah.
Like Master of Puppets, for instance.
So you guys see it?
Yeah.
As above, so below. Yeah. Upside down emphasis.
Yep.
I like
yeah.
how
Absolutely.
they was like, we can't make this 2:22:22. We have to make that a 1.
Yeah. I mean, it just and then what did we talk about on 4/22/22 was the pre-CERN. Yeah, it was a pre-CERN.
That's when they flipped on the switch.
It's when they got it first going. Yeah, it was like there was 2 dates. It was 4/22/22 and then July 5th. Both of those numbers and themes pop up through and through in the Stranger Things. And CERN and Stranger Things, in my opinion, are hand in hand. I'll say it, because the look at the fucking machine that the Russians have. It looks exactly like the Large Hadron Collider. Like, it just looks like it, Granted,
Which is also a sheepfold gate because it has the gap. So
I'm not sure what a sheepfold gate is.
Like a fence with a gate where you would take the lambs in.
Oh yeah.
And CERN is actually the Roman name given to this Carnunos, but it's really the horned god.
Mm-hmm.
And so also the full moon we just had yesterday was the the buck moon rather, which is when animals start to get their horns. So there's that added emphasis as well, that
Beast.
all the symbolism is surrounding that, and Carnunos being the horned one. And he's also holding a torque, which CERN it's designed as a torque. So it's in that gap where their collisions are taking place. Can I weave on the gap for a minute? Because at the end of season
Absolutely.
3, when they're trying to escape the mind flare in the mall, 11 turns to the group and says, "Let's escape through the gap." And it really
Mhm.
stuck with me when she said that. I thought, well, that is so strange, you know? So it just really stuck with me. And then here they escaped through the gap. Well, it wasn't even, and mind you, this was on my computer. I then see a post on a different device, like a day or two later, perhaps, and I'm reading the description, and it's talking about Orion and the gap. And there's this gap in the sword or phallus of Orion right beneath the belt, and it's between the gap in these two stars that some say is the kingdom of heaven, that the throne is actually in this nebula of Orion. So I think the gap emphasis is kind of interesting because the gap is also where the arc of electricity occurs. And of course, we know we got the Ark of the Covenant being two angels up on top, and the gap is actually what's between. And the gap is where Lucifer wanted to sit. That's called the mercy seat. So he wanted to sit in the gap. So the gap is pretty important in some way, shape, or form. So I guess just keep your eyes out whenever you're looking at this stuff if there's a gap, because you wouldn't have a spark without a gap either. That's another thing to make up.
Yeah, you gotta have the positive, the ground, and then you gotta have the mercurial situation in between in order to have electricity, or you gotta have that energy going. Gabe did that big weave on the gap. God, what's that?
Really?
What was that one he was doing in his videos? Belphegor. Belphegor is one of the
Oh, okay.
seven, devils or whatever, and he's the lord. He's the lord of the gap.
Really?
Yeah, Belphegor. Like, here, I'll go
Oh, wow.
real quick. Also, since I have this tab and I'm screen sharing right now, I wanted to pull this up. You guys remember this from the other day? That NASA shares incredible infrared picture of Jupiter cyclones that look just like a pepperoni pizza. That's what they called it. But look at this.
Look at
Look
the
what they
shape, though.
designed.
That's pretty
It's a
uniform.
9. It's an 8
Yeah.
with the one in the middle, like the I Ching.
It's really like
Or
a star of some sort. That's a geometric shape for sure.
that's what it's.
Yeah.
It looks like
You
a
could determine the
ritual ceremony.
frequency of that
And that's all
cymatics.
computer generated. I mean, I make
Yeah,
computer
absolutely.
generated images like this. This is not real whatsoever.
No. Just, I mean, disclosure. We don't fucking fuck with NASA around here. But this is why I'm sharing it, is because the timing. Okay,
Yeah.
Is that
because
the
I'm telling
eye?
you guys, it's 4. It's 4 across with one in the middle. It's 9. Okay, this is a
Oh.
Is that
ceremony ritual thing. I think this is correlating to how many characters are in Stranger Things. Like, is it
At this
9
point,
characters?
probably 9 at this point, depending on what you consider as a main cast.
Gotta look that up.
is that the eye, the storm in Jupiter?
It also
Yeah,
reminds me
yeah, right.
of
That has to
how
be a
in
huge
Stranger
storm.
Things 4, they have the whole running joke about the
Pizza.
pineapple pizza.
And Surfer Boy Pizza.
Yeah.
That's
That's
where the
kind of
deprivation tank is made. Is
yeah.
in the
That's why I was
kitchen.
like, this is crazy that they just posted this. I mean, it says 2020. Well, it was not that they just posted it. Someone just posted it and brought it up the other day. I think it was Chance posted it, and I was just like, "Oh, that's funny." And then we started looking at it at the Vibrant last night, and it just was blowing my mind. I was like, wait, guys, this isn't just like a funny thing that NASA did. Like, they're fully pointing at something here. Like, it's just
Send me this link. I want to overlay a pizza over this.
okay.
I need to make art of this. I haven't
You
seen
know, I've never seen a shape like that for the storm. So that should be compared to the northern pole of Saturn, because the northern pole of Saturn is that seal of Solomon, as they call it, um, which some people call the star of
Oh
Ramfan.
yeah.
But
Wow.
that's at the North Pole. And then I never realized until now that the Jupiter storm has a similar shape, but it's a different geometric figure.
Huh.
Since
So
I
that
wonder
means
what,
it
like,
has a frequency.
a type of sort of
uh,
like a thing you can correlate, like astrotheology or something, some sort of story or hint that they're trying to get at, you know?
yeah. Also,
Well,
since we brought up Pizza and Argyle as the character, to weave this back into Stranger Things for a moment,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to bring up how he is a indigenous character, and or
who is the character again?
Argyle.
Oh, okay.
He's an indigenous character, and he actually, rumor has it that he actually auditioned for the role of Eddie, but they casted him as Argyle.
He could have
Ah.
done Eddie, I think. He could have pulled it off.
Eddie was
And I
pretty
think
fucking
the
good.
But
reason
Eddie
why
was good.
Eddie was really good. Eddie was
yeah,
really
I
good.
think the reason why one of the reasons why they had him as Argyle is because there was of course he was a stoner bro punchline, which it wasn't even that funny as a stoner bro, because the whole joke was, oh, he's just high, but he wasn't saying anything funny. Like, it wasn't no hilarious Cheech and Chong moment. It
He
was
was just a token character.
yeah, he was just this token character. But what I noticed when I was
Literally
watching
token.
him was
That's a good pun.
was he when I first noticed it when they was out in the desert, and they had they played it off as a joke, like his whole character, but he's the one that noticed the tracks, right?
Yeah, the government
So they
vehicles.
have this indigenous character finding the tracks.
Notice he had the long hair too, because
Yep.
you cut your hair, you lose your connection.
Yeah, and then in this season finale, they have him forage for mushrooms, and the shot they've seen him. It's like the light is kind of twinkling around, and it's like there's light beams, right? And it's all green, and he's
Oh, the forest
picking the
spirits.
mushrooms, and they're like, and oh, Nancy's like, what's he doing? And his name's
Henry.
slipping from me.
Henry.
Yeah, Henry was like, oh, he's just eccentric. So they're playing it off as like, oh, he's a stoner, he's eccentric, but he's doing these things that are typical of natives that can be seen as like maybe like a spiritual leader, or like a shamanistic type of figurehead, medicine man, a tracker. There's these things. So I think there's a reason why they have him doing this role.
Yeah, it's because Hollywood's racist.
Because I think they're trying to implant these very natural, very ancient
It's also very stoner things to do,
things.
is to want to forage mushrooms and be looking at the ground for tracks too, you know, because like
Always looking at the
hippies.
ground, you never know what you're gonna find, man. He's the fool. He's the luck character.
Yep.
Fool.
Yep. And
He's the token fool.
because they and especially in Stranger Things, I've noticed that they try to play off these bigger ideas. Like Mike references for the first time, he references to someone about Eleven's remote viewing abilities. He calls it like remote projecting or something. But it's like this one-off little thing. So they're giving you what these bigger ideas are, but they're just kind of shoving it off to the side, kind of either making a joke out of it or just saying it out of the side of their mouths, right? They're not showing you the scope of these things. And now you have people making TikTok like videos where and their joke is, if I had this ability, then I would spy on my boyfriend or something. And that you see them, go into a tub and put salt in the tub and then blindfold themselves.
Oh
when they
wow,
don't
that's
even
like getting creepily close to some of those, like the ice bucket challenge and those weird
yeah.
things people were doing. It's almost like it's kind of
And
getting into that territory.
Weird,
yeah, and
but
now
also
we all,
cool.
and that's on top of what I mentioned in our first discussion. I'll bring it up again now. But then, these TikTok like videos of people saying, "Oh, I don't have a favorite song, so I would die." So
Yeah,
they
that one
are
too.
trying to distort their
Like
bodies
they're
in the
damning
way that they do it,
themselves.
so they're doing that ritual.
Yeah, it's strange how much, and this kind of ties into the video game shit we were talking about earlier. It's like the cross correlation between all the media and all the things that's happening within the algorithms of the Black Mirror, Scry Mirror shit. Whether it's video games, whether it's a TV show, whether it's, and then social media on another level of like, yo, hey, let me portray myself as this like online person, and let me do this and create this consciousness of myself outside of the regular consciousness of myself. And then I don't even know which is the real version of myself because they both feel so goddamn real and they're both happening in real time. But the thing is, and that's the thing, man, is like fucking with the micro quantum computing that we've created, we've made it into another form of consciousness on its own. And that could also be what the upside down is too.
It's the metaverse.
Yeah.
Maybe
Shit.
that's what Y2K was all about.
Facts. Yeah. That's a real thing. Like
Have you guys
a
been seeing
big
all the
real.
Y2K stuff?
No.
Have you guys been noticing a lot of things
Well,
popping
the
up about
Ethiopian
Y2K?
calendar actually is several years behind. So this year is, or excuse me, 2020 was actually 2012 on their calendar. So there is that. But I don't know about Y2K because that's many
Yeah.
more years back. But that would be 20 years would be a metonic cycle of 19 years for the moon. So that's an Apollo theme.
It's interesting. But what are we looking at here?
This is more screenshots from the guy's video on BitChute. And this guy's pretty good. He just watches and analyzes, every scene, and he makes pretty good chooses at what he wants to get on. Here's like a classic yellow blue thing that they did, right? 29 cents, 29 equals Masonic in full reduction gematria. And we were talking earlier, blue and yellow are the Mason colors, as well as the black and white kind of the checkerboard correlates with that as well. And there's, when we're talking about gematria and like them having these words that meet, they have a template of how they can write the script, and there's so many words that fit into the template of 29, right? That is Masonic or Jesuit or the House of Jesus. Like there's these specific templates that people that do gematria, like this guy, that you can find all these words that link that, and they're riddled throughout the script. So it is almost like they have this template of these boards of numbers that they need to meet on a geometrical level, and then they choose the script from those words. Because if you look and when you listen and watch the fucking show, it's like they're not really the most profound script. It's pretty minimal of the words that they do use, and then they shape every scene around the script, right? I mean, that's really how film, that's how any of it works. But so then they have the strong archetype thing, and it's nuts. Like, there is the heavy potential. Rainbow Room equals 666, which is
Oh
interesting.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also bring up really quickly that yellow and blue, of course, blue and yellow are the Ukraine
Mm-hmm. And the
colors.
COVID colors too.
I
Yeah.
sent you a couple of messages on your Telegram. If you want some screenshots from the show, I have the screenshots there for the yellow and blue. That's in the scene when, I can't remember his name, but that's a death scene for the Ukrainian guy or the Russian guy. He's like a scientist from the facility. But he's dying against like a carnival tarp thing that's blue and yellow.
Give me a moment
And
I'll keep on talking about. I'll pull it up right now.
I sent another one after that. So this all happened. This show occurs not necessarily in the 80s. I mean, it does, but what I mean is this, our time, it's Year of the Tiger. And there's a couple of scenes where tigers are featured. One of them
I think that's their school mascot, right?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that, which makes it even more purposeful, really. But yeah, so here they are in Russia, and he's in front of a tiger. So what are the odds, right? So that was definitely on purpose. There's a lot of folks that say that I Pet Goat was referencing the Year of the Tiger because there's the scene where the tanks are rolling out, and there's this girl waving like a protest flag, and when Death taps her on the shoulder and she turns around and looks at him, on the back of her jacket it's like a tiger. So that's kind of a weird weave into that.
Yeah.
Did you get it, Chris?
Yeah, I'm saving all of them right now so I can share all of them back to back.
And then there was Satan's Baby, which was like the firework they used in season 3 against the Mind Flayer. They used like a firework named that. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Probably a reference to Lucifer or something. And there's also, in Stranger Things season 3, Back to the Future actually shows up. I'm glad I saw this. So I'll send you these too so that you can share this, because this is such a easy to miss thing. So you remember the scene whenever they go 88 miles per hour and it leaves an 11 trail of fire as 11. So you can share that one too, because that actually shows up in Stranger Things when they go and sneak into the movie theater.
Oh,
Back to the Future.
That's the scene.
The movie playing,
and that's that scene they're doing. Holy shit! Yeah, you're right, dude.
Yeah, and Steve and Robin are tripping on some like drugs that the Russians gave them to like make them talk or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're just like out of it and discussing everything. But 88 miles per hour is actually the quote, and then it's got the fire on the street. So that's 9/11. 11's the name of the character, right? The two towers. It's the gateway. The gate to the sheepfold.
Remove yours, Roman, so I can share mine. Really quick.
Donnie Darko is also set in 1988.
Yeah. This had major Darko vibes. Major Darko vibes going on. Dude, Richard Kelly is a great fucking director. He's done a few movies that are all his movies, actually. The Box, and the other one with The Rock and the other guy where it's just an MK movie. They're all great. Richard Kelly did 3 movies, and they were all good. Really good.
There you go. I can't remember the guy's name, but
it's Oh, it's whatever. It's the same Russian name that Hopper's Russian Captain America character is in the MCU.
What'll
It's
come
in
to
my
us?
mind.
I couldn't remember at all.
But I remember because around this time he was also filming the Black Widow movie, which is another movie about MK Ultra and the Soviets, and he played the Russian super soldier that was supposed to be like the Russian Captain America, but his name in the MCU was the same name as this character in Stranger Things. So I noticed it was interesting that he that they both have similar themes and they shared the same name as well.
I sent you several more. The one I just sent, whenever 11 is on the skating
Mhm.
rink and they tease her
This
and throw a
is
milkshake on her, it's actually a 322. That's the date on the camera at the bottom.
yeah,
Mhm.
which is actually
That's when the Guidestones were built, 322, 1980.
oh really? Wow. That's also Will's birthday that they say in season 1.
Whoa,
And
that's creepy. See,
That is.
there's
Holy shit.
something.
the fans pointed it out. They was like, did everyone forget that that's supposed to be Will's birthday? And the Duffer Brothers was like, oh, sorry, we forgot. That's just a error in our storytelling.
They said that?
Yeah. We
Wow.
just forgot that we said in season 1 that was Will's birthday. So it's like, but you're using this out of the entire year of the calendar. You're picking that day again for the second time.
Wow.
So that
Yeah, these scripts, dude, like they have I would love to see the storyboard, like someday just to like it's crazy. Like, are they doing rituals and writing the shit down? like why would they fucking do it, dude? I want to know. Oh, look, there's a tiger. Nice.
Enzo was his name Enzo, or was that the guy
Yeah,
from this season?
Enzo is the guy that's coordinating the trade of people and
Oh
money
yeah.
and all that. But the slide I sent you is where he's talking to him on the phone, or he's reading a letter or whatever, and he says Enzo. Well, do you know what Enzo means in Italian? Enzo
I
is
do not.
giant. Enza,
Oh.
influenza is female for giant in Italian. Enzo is male. So if it were a male strain of the virus, it would be, you could call it influenza. But we call it influenza, which has a female connotation, but means giant.
Would
Under the
that
influence of
be
giants. Just thought that was interesting.
would that be why that they're kind of? I thought it was that kind of plays into what I thought about when 11 gets bullied from her dad being her hero. Because I thought that was the odd thing for them to be like, oh, she's getting bullied because she said her dad's a hero. Like really? And then they have the whole, her calling the guy that's doing the experiments on her Papa, and all the kids call her. And even Vecna calls him Papa, which is super creepy.
Yeah, it is.
Right? And so it's like this inversion, this demantling of the father figure throughout this whole entire series. So maybe
And
Enzo
it's strict
tying
discipline too.
maybe tying Enzo as a male virus is saying that they are that's what they're trying to like antagonize almost to. That's what they're going after.
Hmm.
Maybe I mean that's just a speculation.
That's
Well,
all
I
we're
just thought it
doing
was
out here, man.
interesting because we're still under the influence of Enzo right now. And then, so they could have chosen any name, but they chose Enzo. So I just think that's just, I mean, with all the other coincidences, it just doesn't seem coincidental to me. I sent
We
you
haven't
several
rolled.
more images, by the way, if you
Yeah,
want to get
I
them.
don't think we're gonna want to keep on showing though, because it's gonna take time for me to like save each one and pull up, and it's gonna.
Well,
Well,
let's
I
do
can just
let's do a
narrate.
final roll, hey?
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
a roll. It's been a while.
Eddie does reference the gap when he's talking to them about being lost sheep and how they're going to have to take over as shepherds. So again, there was that
whoa,
big
that's a mega
big
trip.
reference to there's that big reference to shepherding and stuff.
Yeah.
Just wanted to mention that real quick.
Did you see that
okay,
earlier with
so
the Belphegor being pulled up? Where it referenced Lord of the Gap.
the gap. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, man. Like I didn't know that, so I'm so glad I brought it up because I'm gonna definitely research it a little bit now. But
Yeah,
and he's sitting on a throne, which is a toilet essentially. So it is kind of strange to me what's going
really
on
quick,
here.
because I do want you to say this at least once on the stream, because this is something that you just recently started talking about, Josh.
Yeah.
But the whole Bush and Guidestone connection.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. So CERN was 7.5, right? So remember, we're dealing with Chris had this impression that all these things were going to happen. Then we had these rapid succession of events occur. I realized that 7.3 through I think 7.9, maybe that was the period known as Dog Days. And this is the time when we're under the brand of Loki. This is also when the heliacal rising of Sirius is occurring. So all these things are kind of happening in the first week of July. It's also when the first cicadas tend to emerge. I heard the first one here June 30th, for instance. So this is a certain change in the season, as it were. And it's also associated with the flooding of the Nile, Osiris, those sorts of things. Well, how this all relates to Bush is on 7.6, George Bush actually became 76 on 7.6 because that happens to be his birthday. So the Georgia Guidestones were demolished on his birthday.
Oh my fucking
They were
the Twin Towers, you mean?
Yeah, essentially,
the pillars. Right? Yeah.
So, and not only were they demolished on his birthday, but they were built on 3/22/1980, and he is a Skull and Bones member who featured the number 322. So it's really hard to ignore the strong correlation it has with Bush. And of course, then we see Bush show up in Stranger Things with Kate Bush, and this time of year is also close to the time of Pentecost, when Moses went up on the mountain and met the burning bush and received the 10 commandments. Well, 40 commandments first, which relates to also the 40 days of sacrifice, which is the month of Aries, essentially. But then he came back with 10 commandments, and the Georgia Guidestones are a set of 10 commandments, but for the New World Order.
3/22/22, the ending scene of the movie, the final episode was 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 12 seconds. So 2 + 1 is 3. There's just like the 3/22 right there. And then Skull and Bones gematria is 202. And then 666. And you see this, that's crazy that there's this George Bush connection that you brought up, because the gematria for the show lines up with Skull and Bones, Jesuits, like all of these things, Society of Jesus, right, which is the Jesuits. And then you just brought that up, and this all happens with, because they dropped the set, they waited till July to drop it on purpose, you know. And it's like, it's just nuts. I did not catch that at all, dude, but I was wondering if there was a connection between the Guidestones and that. But since they're obviously recognizing CERN and Stranger Things 2, and then people are correlating CERN and your Guidestones together, it's like,
it's hard to think. It's like it had to be on purpose, you know. It's just
Yeah.
too coincidental, or the zeitgeist is present in this, you know, at the very least.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I did roll though. So let's see, a 7, a 5, a 6, and a 2. So we didn't finish weaving on 2 because there was some more Nina stuff. So I can mention what I have about that real quick if you like.
Yeah, do that, definitely.
So there's also a band called Nina, and they sing 99 Balloons, which balloons use helium to float. So there's the symbol of He, right, which is also the part of the name of God. It's helium. Also references like the right hand. We also see the balloon show up in It with the clown, which, by the way, ends up being a spider, just like the Mind Flayer is in Stranger Things, also a spider.
Stephen King.
Yeah, another Stephen King thing.
Well,
but what happened? Pardon?
I was just gonna really quick bring up that Hollywood uses spiders in mirror dimensions a lot, because in the last Weaving Spiders intro I did, I even used a clip from the movie Coraline and the Other Mother, and the Other Mother's final form is a spider, and she lives in her own mirror dimension.
Her own web of lies.
Yeah.
I was just doing some studying on the history of voodoo or hoodoo or vodun, and this concept of like black magic being kind of flipped into the Western esoterica, you know, or the Western viewpoint, right? Having being a white and black magic, as if, you know, white people, you know, in Europe, we're the only people like that can call magic or be associated with magic. But a lot of what we call black magic actually literally reigns from practices in Vodun in Africa, right? Like the concept of the zombie, it comes from classic voodoo, right? And so what I'm getting at is when I was looking into this, and first of all, trying to find the real history of these things is hard, because it's not a lot. It's all spoken shit, you know. But they were saying that they would associate, when it comes to altars and things, they would associate snakes and spiders with the black magic from the Vodun side, because they know, you know, they, even though they did a lot, they were like, I guess, just a different style. Vodun is, just because it's done with, like, you know, blood and animal sacrifices and things like that. It was, I don't even know what I'm getting at anymore, but the spiders in
I get
Hollywood
what you're
and the black
saying.
magic, and yeah, you know, there's some way I was trying to weave it in there, but this is all
Yeah,
blowing my mind, you know.
well, the reason why I brought up Coraline and the Other Mother is because she's the shadow side of Cancer. She's the toxic Cancer. She's the Smother Mother,
Oh wow.
which is the shadow Cancer,
Yeah.
and her final form is a spider. So
Trip
I'm
out.
gonna weave that in. But go
And
on,
8
the
legs.
branch.
That's 8 legs. Just like
Step
that pizza
into my
Mars, that
parlor,
pizza
said
storm.
the spider to the fly.
Odin's horse.
We have a 10 and a 6. So that's bats or alchemy. Salt,
Oof.
sulfur, and iron eye. Ferris wheel. Well, I can just start with that. So the Mind Flare shows up on July 4th as they're on the Ferris wheel, which you help me understand is the iron eye in alchemy, right? And then the sky is filled with sulfur fumes from the fireworks. So, in a way, it seems very alchemical that the gate was opened in this period of time with all the revelry going on as they're riding the iron eye. The mind flare shows up. So, and ferrous is also a word for iron, right? Ferrous. So, Ferris wheel is the iron
Mhm,
eye.
mhm, mhm,
Um,
mhm.
so, yeah, I think it's all very symbolic.
Yeah, the big alchemical play I see is the concept of the philosopher's stone is, in itself is not just you can make philosopher's stone and you can do it pretty easily physically, but the other half, or one of the pieces of the mini the deep alchemical puzzle, um is the mental alchemy and the philosopher's stone of the psyche and the consciousness and the spirit, and transmuting your spiritual stuff
Just like
into the
Link had to get the
physical.
pearl, and you know,
Exactly.
it's a
And
pretty
so
deep
the
game. Just saying.
the uh the salt water aspect, and like bringing back to magnets in the brain and like consciousness and whatnot, uh going into the salt water, the mercurial waters, which is a term that comes up a lot in alchemical text, and so floating in these mercurial waters, they literally put her in a still, kind of, so to speak, and turn on the heat, which is like turn on her magnet suit or the thing that's connected to her head, and they start the distilling process. It's like this kind of a
Oh, she's
play
the
on.
alchemical vessel,
Yes, yeah, you see, like Nina is the
man.
still.
Spirit,
Yeah, and it's like this up, because
the fifth element.
like in order to unlock the philosopher's stone, you need to go and battle your shadow side.
You
And
have
so there's
faith.
this side of like, exactly, you got to have faith, you got to be strong, you got to look at your memories, you got to recognize the truth. She had to realize and remember what she had actually done, which is finding her truth. And so
Yeah.
through that, you're doing your mental alchemy, and
Know
you're
thyself.
diving deep. Yeah, and you're making the philosopher's stone.
And
And
she
so
she
I
gained
think
her
alchemy is a
first
big part of it.
memory, and that's where she drew her power from. And her
Oh
first
yeah.
memory was being born. She basically got womb memory. That's where her what
In
super
Nina's
stay
womb.
on level up moment is.
Damn. Yeah. Being reborn.
Yeah, and
Trip.
that's why the gates to the upside down is a
Very womb-like.
a
Yeah.
womb.
Yeah. Fuck with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
That's crazy. And that's what it is, man. Crawl into your bed. Crawl into your womb every night and go and
Be
dip into the
reborn the next
mercurial
morning.
water. Yeah.
yeah,
That's it, y'all. Like, let's just,
yeah.
what I was thinking it'd be cool if we just all chip in on a property somewhere, and like Montana, or somewhere where there's just a bunch of open wilderness, and we just rig it with a bunch of like cool magnet motors, like make some like trains off of like, we'll just like get a bunch of the rock and make like this sustainable community that's just flowing like waters and magnets, and we're just floating around.
I like the sound of it, man. That's probably what we'll be doing the whole 1,000 years, the millennial reign,
Yeah.
after all the evil
Yeah.
people were wiped off the
I
earth.
think that's
Just
why ley
flying
lines
around.
was so important for ancient cultures,
Yeah.
because the two lines that they followed was water streams, where water streams were, and then ley lines,
Yeah.
energetic streams. And
Which
a
is
lot of times those was
minerals.
they followed each other.
Animals
Yeah.
go to salt
But
licks, for
Yeah.
instance.
Like,
yeah,
who brought it, or there was, I've said someone was bringing up dowsing, like, but they didn't say dowsing, but it sounded like dowsing.
Oh
What
yeah, I
were you
think
talking about?
because of the magnets.
yeah, I think maybe in our first take, I brought up dowsing.
It was like the shepherd stick, or like the shepherds find the wells or the water.
The
or
creator
something.
of, or the discoverer rather, of magnetism, his name is Magnet or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, he discovered it while he was shepherding his sheep. I think I guess I can't remember exactly how it was that it happened. But what the pictures you see though are the guy's staff hanging from a cliff, like it's basically magnetized
Trip.
to some stone.
Wow.
So it's like he found lodestone and his staff
Trip out,
stuck
dude.
to it, and
Like a
that's where he
dowsing rod or
discovered
some shit. Dude,
Yeah,
okay, I gotta find this
possibly.
guy. Shepherd.
Yeah.
But
And go ahead, Josh.
you guys were earlier talking about the magnet in the head, whether that's iron deposits or what. It's just interesting to think, because before an earthquake or a natural disaster, a lot of times animals will leave. And so, is there something in our collective unconscious that's causing us to know something's wrong and like we need to flee this cataclysm that's about to occur, but at the same time we're so disconnected we don't know where we're supposed to go. So when he was just talking about that, it kind of made me think like, well, if we were really in tune and following the migration patterns like the whales do, or the salmon do, or the birds do, or the monarch butterflies do, et cetera, they all somehow know and follow this thing. But like us as humans, we tend to kind of settle where we're at, which is kind of like spider behavior. Spiders a lot of times will die where they make their web.
Yeah.
Mm.
And since we're
nest.
heading towards the
This is the
towards the end of our video here, there was one thing that I did want to make sure we talked about, and that was sound, because it's so prominent in Stranger Things in general.
You mentioned the J cuts.
Yes, that's what I was going to bring up first to get us started.
Juicy cuts. Is that what that stands for?
There's a certain type of cut, a transition, known in as when you're editing your filmmaker, that's called a J cut. And essentially what you do is you bleed over the audio from one scene into the next scene, before the actual video cuts over. And you kind of emphasize the sound, you kind of blend it together through the sound. And you see that happen almost anytime they go from one group to another group. In Stranger Things, they use a J cut.
Yeah.
They really emphasize that sound. And then you have the music in Stranger Things. Everyone loves the Stranger Things score. There's an infinite amount of remixes, because it has that they're bringing back the 80s synth, and then you have all these 80s songs they're bringing back into the current zeitgeist, like Kate Bush, like Master of Puppets, like the Jets in season 1, Will I Stay or Will I Go? That's what Will was singing. And various others, Pat the Ditchy to the left hand side. Everyone's singing that song now, like they're white fat boys that just discovered what weed was or something. I don't know. But you have music being this very prominent thing, and then to the point where, like we mentioned in season 4, where Vecna's dad uses music to kind of cast a protecting spell over him.
Mm-hmm.
So he sings that song, and Vecna uses that song in his space to scare the kids. And then you, of course, you have the droning clock sound. And then you have the Kate Bush song where they save it, and of course Master Puppets where they use it to battle, like it's some Bill and Ted, Scott Pilgrim fighting
The
with
bats.
music. Yeah, with the bats, which I think I like when they use music to battle in movies. It always fascinates me. But sound is very prominent, and they're telling you, you can use these frequencies to protect yourself, to use it as weapons, to all these different type of things. Even to the point where when Eleven goes into her deprivation tank, or even if she tries to remote view anything, she has to have running water or sound canceling
That's her
headphones or
song,
static
Running Water.
TV. Yeah.
That's
So
pretty cool.
they're telling you that frequency sound is very prominent and very special, right? So what do you guys think on the topic of sound?
Well, that's a
Frequency.
big one, bro. That's a big one in my opinion. I mean, you know, we were talking about it earlier about controlling the Schumann resonance, and I mean, have you ever done a gong meditation?
I haven't done a gong meditation, but I have done sound healing through like singing bowls. I've done singing bowls.
Yes,
I've done tuning forks.
yes.
Sound
So
bath.
there's a huge conspiracy, conspiracy, thing that um I'm working on slowly. I don't talk about it too much because it's just there's a bunch of other shit all the time. But you know, the resonance and like just the general sway. I think since the Protestant Reformation, there's been a hijacking of all of the old ancient technologies and the ancient ways, and since then, our magnets in our head and our ability to be controlled been has been produced down in such an easy way because when you change the frequency, it just everything aligns. It's like when you have the magnet sand thing at the doctor's office, right? And
You
you're
can see
controlling these.
the outline of the field. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, not necessarily that. Like you have this force field, right? You have this, like, kind of how when your eyes are moving, in the
Euroshock
rapid eye
test.
movement. It's just I don't even know. I might have smoked too much of this joint that I had over here, and now I'm just like speculating incredibly heavy. But the resonance is and it's such a deep topic. It's hard to like and try to
No,
give a
it's like
bunch
the
of
cymatics.
yes.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
And
It's the
there used
vibrational
to be,
frequency.
and so all the church bells, the basilicas, everything, all these old, cathedrals were all built on ley lines. They were master dowsers. They found magnetic anomalies, and they oftentimes would, build on top of other sacred sites. That's where syncretism was born. Was, I think, first through religious syncretism, the term, and then they were called stacking cultures on top of cultures, the syncretism as well. And but when they had three, they had the rose windows that got the morning sun, the midday sun, the evening sun. It would shine through, and they would have these resonant architecture buildings that would send their bell vibrations, and they would be just enough far enough apart from each other that they would catch it, and it would all resonate, and it would all catch. So everything is getting that sound healing in that town because it was coming from very specific metals, and the bells were built in a very, very sacred geometrical way, very, very advanced understanding of physics and things, you know, and that has been taken away. You see empty bell towers. There's not even bells in them anymore, you know, and there's the standard tuning, right? Everyone knows that the Rockefeller Foundation changed the standard tuning from, you know, 444 to 440 in like the early 1940s or 50s. But it wasn't actually the Rockefeller Foundation. It was this Russian scientist or German scientist. I'm butchering that, but it wasn't the Rockefeller Foundation. It was somebody working for the other side, and then America took it over, and the American Music Foundation. The standard tuning of all instruments got changed on a global scale in the 40s and 50s. So, you know,
Yeah, and you can even I've taken audio class. I've taken audio software and an audio hardware class, and in my audio software class was in our first lesson. I remember we was going over waveforms and how to read waveforms,
nice.
and my instructor showed us the same note, but one was in 440 and one was in 432.
Nice. That's
And
fucking awesome.
visually, they look different. You can tell
Yeah.
one looks very unified, and one just looks butt ugly.
That's kind of like the you know, it's the concept of like just a different vibrational field, you know, of dimensions. It's how like consciousness could work too. You have 1 degree of hertz, you have 1 degree of change, and each degree is massively different. So it's just like, okay, you want to just change the consciousness, the collective, real quick. All you have to do is just change 1 degree of frequency at a time. And, you know, and if these people that are like up here playing these puppet master roles fucking know these old calendars, you know, so they manipulate the calendar and make the Mandela effect happen on whatever level they want because they know how to fucking change the. Oh no, you know what I was saying? You don't call it the Mandela effect anymore, bro. You call it the Philadelphia effect, bro. You feel me? That's the original Mandela, bro. That's
Get
when that
people
shit
going
popped
back
out.
to Montauk, yeah.
Yep. And
Speaking of
that's when it happened, in my opinion.
yeah, speaking of Mandela effect, Roman and I experienced or realized that we was both having a Mandela effect during research. Because earlier today,
Mm-hmm.
he called me and was asking about if I knew anything about Nina and if there's any connections between like a Nina experiment or something.
I
And
thought
I
it was
go,
for some reason a space shuttle project going to Mars. Like that was the thing that popped in my head.
yeah. What popped into my head was like some type of like military or Soviet military like thing, which I had actually been looking into for this episode myself, but I couldn't find anything under Nina experiment. Every time I looked up Nina, I found like this weird like a bunch of like fan fiction and different characters from video games and like mangas and movies and things and fantasy novels and whatnot about sexy Soviet spy characters all named Nina.
Can I weave on this for a minute?
Please,
Yeah,
yeah.
please.
I dated a girl named Nina for a long time. She was
Oh,
pretty
of
cool.
course. Ooh.
She was named after the band Nina, which has a song 99 Balloons. So I
Oh,
mentioned
is
that
that?
earlier.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's right.
And that's
Yeah.
actually a German song, but you can, if you listen to the English version, it's actually telling a story. Yeah, and the story is that this girl and boy just released 99 Balloons, but then the military mistakes it for like MiG fighters and sends out all the missiles and bombs and just all over these balloons, and it actually triggers like World War III. And then, of course, at the end, there's just one single balloon left, right? One single red balloon, just like in It. So I just think it's a really weird topic to discuss. And you're right, the name Nina is kind of a stereotypical Russian spy character. I remember La Femme Nikita. That even kind of sounds like Nina.
Yeah,
That was an
I
old
think,
show from the 90s. But there was one more thing I wanted to mention about some of the things that you guys were talking about earlier. You mentioned stacking things on top of one another earlier, Roman, and the dolmen stones came to mind because if you take the granite slabs and lay them on top of one another, which it would have been interesting to get a frequency read on the Georgia Guidestones. There was probably a piezoelectric effect taking place with all that granite sitting on top of itself. It would be producing a signal frequency. So it would have been interesting to measure that before it was destroyed. But anyway, even if you can't see it, there is that field like you were talking about with magnetism. So what would happen is these dolmens would be built on ley lines, and they would stack these stones on top of one another where these lines would intersect or just happen to be passing through the land. And what would happen is they would take their seed and put it within the dolmen, and it would bathe in the sound, and the seed would be much more productive and resistant to disease and so on and so forth. So imagine living in one of those. You would probably be rejuvenated on a daily basis, right? So something to consider there about the dolmens and the piezoelectric effect. One other thing that kind of came up was you mentioned some stained glass, and you mentioned the rose window. I'd always wondered about the significance of the rose window, because in the OA, they're looking for a rose window stained glass, but that lets them light in the morning, noon, and evening. I didn't know the significance, and now I do, so thank you for that.
Oh, dude, well, the formation of the cathedrals were always built the same way, and they would do it, and when I found out, it blew my mind. There's this, and they did it in modern science. It's called LSPR. It's light spectrum plasma resonance. They found it in the Lycurgus cup. That they would put these nano particles of gold and silver and different stones and stuff, and that would literally change the plasma on the other side of the glass when sun hit it. So they knew that would happen. I don't know if they knew exactly what we know, like on the level, but they knew something alchemically or was happening through the sun, and so they would put it in their cups, and it would change, and maybe make their water more, or their wine, their mead more spiritual, or whatever.
You also have ectoplasm, as in the first substance a ghost takes form, or a spirit or entity takes when it enters the physical ectoplasm.
Hashtag Homunculus Lives Matter. Just saying.
Yep. And that's also very similar to birthing fluid, which anytime they cross over into the upside down, they always get the gunk from the gate all over them.
It's also what happens at Stargate when they go through the gate.
Oh, I love
Stargate.
Like watery. I need to rewatch that one. It's been a while. So yeah, and so they would have these windows, and they knew that I don't know if, like I said earlier, like if we actually knew that they knew the plasma itself, they could measure it like we can now with our plasma, radars. But they, inside the church, everything was so resonantly connected on a geometrical level that the way that the sun charged the room through the nanoparticles of gold and silver. I mean, they knew the importance and the qualities and the vibrational qualities and the conductive qualities of these metals. So maybe they did know exactly what they were doing by grinding it up to such a nanoparticle size that we consider it to be nanotech, and put it in the glass, which was an alchemical process on its own. Glass is a very alchemical history. The deep history of glass is very, very esoteric, and it is held by initiates only at a certain time by master craftsmen. and then you would put it and get charged by the sun, the god, the power of the, the current universe, right? The sun is the electrical charge. And so everything is done to a very specific importance when they built the real buildings. Now we live in trash things that literally.
Oh yeah.
So there's this book by Francis Yates called The Art of Memory, and it's this fucking book that blew my fucking mind. It's basically, it gives the history of the sacred geometry and how the old Greco buildings were built and the Gothic buildings were built to literally hold memory. It was built in such a way that it would actually help you remember more things. You would study in them, you would learn in them, you would practice God, you would pray in them, you would vibrate hard, you would spin in circles and sing and chant and bask in the sounds. And now we live in boxes, and they say that thing when you walk through a door. Oh, I can't remember. What did I come in here for? It's because and so the way that the spirit moves as well, it's in circles, and so this whole concept of ectoplasma and plasma in general, and everything was so meticulously in the specificism, specificism, whatever the fuck words. And yeah, man.
Also, those old cathedrals and churches was built on even older sacred sites.
Yes.
So they would have had some, and this is just in my research how I look at it. They had some knowledge, but they didn't have the full picture like the ones that had the site before the church took
Yeah.
over.
That has
I
the
think,
magnetic anomaly of the ley line. You mean that
yeah,
energy?
yeah. I think they were just like, oh, these people were taken over. They have some of this knowledge. We're gonna take some of it, build our thing here,
Mhm.
but we don't fully know because they destroy that information, or we killed the person already that had that information or whatnot. So we only have part of the picture. And then now, fast forward today, they don't even know it because they've even forgotten. They just build these crappy churches.
It's like when the snake eats a mouse, the mouse like gets absorbed into the body. It's like when you absorb something, it's like culture does that on the level that culture exists on, like syncretism itself. Because we just did a whole month on this shit on RFTA for the last month's theme, syncretism and esoteric America, basically like looking at all these cities and finding out that they're all built on old sacred ley line sites of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, like mounds that were astrologically aligned. It's been it happens, and so this is part of the culture building. It's like that is taking place so far. It
It's
doesn't have
probably
to
where
be the future.
cities tend to happen. Just
Yeah,
like where
exactly.
we tend to build roads around where animal paths were, and then everything's just kind of built on top of itself.
There was also some evidence that mounds are made to make a bigger, to basically at certain pressure points, and it's like they're doing a combination by putting like this mound here at this
And
certain
healing the
distance,
earth.
yeah, to do something bigger. So it's like it's like the polka dot game where you draw lines in between to the polka dots to make another image. Even to the point where there's some mounds that are on like opposite sides of land where the line goes straight to the land to the other side, to the mound that's on the other side. I forget what it is, but
That
there's
is
something
fucking
that
fascinating. And pyramids too, dude. Like makes like
yeah,
a Merkabah.
the Stonehenge is directly aligned with something else through the ground.
Yeah.
I forget what the other side of it connects to, but it's like a straight line to something else. And it's like,
You think about magnetic anomalies like those, right? You think about that, they have to have an opposite end. They just do. That's just how it works. There's a North Pole, South Pole to every place at all times.
yeah,
So it's just like, it's like, is that the upside down world? Is it the same place
exactly.
at the same time, but literally just the South Pole version of it? And it's,
E-
because
Exactly. And that's why, he needed 4 gates to create the super gate. He needed the 4 smaller gates.
oh, dude, nice. Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
To make the
now you're
5th
talking my
horseman.
language.
There we go.
Yep, I knew that would get Josh back into it. That's why I said it. I wanted to bring him back in. He's been silent for too long.
So if you'll notice there, when the 4th sacrifice, he also refers to Max as the chosen one at one point. But when she's sacrificed, it tolls, depending on which sacrifice they are, it tolls the number that they are. So when she's sacrificed, it's 4 tolls, but that's also helps us understand that it begins at midnight. And midnight is the traditional hour of judgment when the first Exodus took place, and the destroyer went over the city in Egypt and killed all the firstborn, and then the people are all let out of Egypt because of all the plagues that taken place. So we know that the hour of judgment is 12. So Vecna, he is heralded with the grandfather clock. So again, this connection to Papa. And then, of course, he's got that connection with his own family to the grandfather clock because it's in his house. But he kind of like represents this element of judgment. And of course, it's always dependent upon like that person and what sins they're hiding and this and that, But whenever the gate opens, those 4 individual terrors all meet at a clock tower in town. And it kind of reminds me also of there's 4 rivers that stream out of the Garden of Eden as well. So, in a way, it's like you got your 4 horsemen, but you also got your 4 rivers, and then the marriage of heaven and hell, as it were. Like the 2 are blending together.
So are you
one.
saying that Hawkins is New Eden?
In a way, and I've often wondered like what's going on here about Hawkins. Hawk is a bird, falcon, kind of Horus imagery kind of thing.
And the bat.
And one other thing I thought was interesting about where they live, they're in Roane County, and that's the next county over for me here in West Virginia.
What is it?
Their county, which how often is a county expressed in a show, But
What is it called?
Roane County, Roane, and here where I live, that's the next county over. Like I could drive 10-15 minutes and be in Roane County.
That's crazy.
So that jumped out to me.
Yeah, man.
Can I weave on a couple of other things real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The rose window, again, Elle shows up in front of a rose window when she's being like,
going to that. I wanted to make sure we talked about that because I noticed that too. So please go into that.
Also, Robin, whenever they're breaking into Vecna's house in the Upside Down, they encounter that same window there at the door, and she says, "I got a key," and she picks up a brick. Obviously, she meant she's going to bust out the window, but I just thought it was interesting how she refers to the key or the brick as a key. So I thought that was probably some symbolism there that I just wasn't picking up on, but I felt like it meant something. And one other thing I wanted to say in regards to sound, since we were on that topic a little earlier, again, because the songs are chosen on purpose, I thought it was interesting because, again, I had the captions on. So whenever, I think her name's Chrissy, the cheerleader, when she's in the
Yeah.
bathroom puking, she comes out of the stall because Vecna like traumatizes her when she's in there. Well, then she comes out of the stall and the song is playing. It says, "I was a teenage werewolf." And I just thought it was an interesting thing. It's a song by the Cramps. And the very next line is, "The devil
I
has
love the
come to
Cramps.
America." So it says, "The devil has come to America." So I thought that was really weird that they chose that and purposefully had those lyrics, purposefully chose that song, because we have a Teen Wolf movie from the past that was in the 80s or
Yeah,
maybe
with
90s.
has Michael
J.
his
Fox.
last- Michael J. Fox. He was also in Back to the Future, so that ties back.
Oh, okay. See, cool. And
Yeah,
and then of course we got this lamb and wolf theme that kind of runs through Stranger
Yeah.
Things.
And I'm glad you mentioned it. I just wanted to highlight it for a moment because you say a lot of great things there. But you talked about the moment when Elle piggybacks, she remote views, and she goes inside Max's mind, just like Vecna does.
Mhm.
So they can have the psychic wizard battle as mind battle as Argyle meant to call it, and she gets they fight for a little bit, and then when they go into Vecna's red space, and you see all the other sacrifices she's taken wrapped up in vines, but the vines are all wrapping around them like a snake, like spiraling up their bodies. And then when he wraps up 11, he, hangs her up like a cross in front of the door in the red rose. Yeah, so I wanted to highlight that for a moment because that was really interesting to me. And one of the other things I wanted to mention was about the 80s. Because in general, of course, Stranger Things pulls on a lot of 80s nostalgia. And I've noticed a lot of 80s things over these past 2 years. Whether it's Stranger Things or The Weeknd doing his dark synthwave pop stuff that he does on the radio, and like the It movie, and there's a lot of photographers are trying to get that 80s look, but without using analog cameras. They're still using digital, so they're trying to make that look in post. With this looks so ugly to me. There's all, and even in the early 2010s, you had indie synth pop really coming around, and it's just really ramped up in popularity. So and of course you had Wonder Woman 1984, and since 2020 happened, everyone's been referencing 1984 in general. And I think the reason why they're picking the 80s for nostalgia is because the 80s was a time of, that's when commercialism was coming out a lot, and consumerism, consuming, and
There's
that's
a lot
what they
of
wanted us
product
to.
placement in this.
A lot of product placement. That's when Steven Spielberg and all of them started coming around and doing a lot of product placement. You know, the Reese's in your ET movies, things like that. And I think that's why they're wanting us to feel nostalgic for it, to feel and to get it back into the Zoomers or whatever you want to call the new generation, to have this renaissance of 80s culture, is because they're wanting to renew the magic of the consumer. So we just sit there and, you know, just get fatter and fatter, physically and spiritually lacking, not spiritually wealthy fat, but spiritually like
Overabundant and not the good way.
abundance and like
Overindulgence.
yeah, overindulgence and all these things. So I think they're kind of, even in Hollywood they use actors, like they used the Freddy Krueger actor as Vecna's dad to borrow some of that magic. That's why typecasting is a thing. It's mixing spells together, renewing spells, mixing
Their
magic.
reputation precedes them.
Yep. So I think they're doing the same thing with the whole 80s Renaissance nostalgia trip that they're doing.
So what's Winona Ryder really known for then? Like what magic is she carrying with her? Because they could have chose any no-name actor
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
probably been just as successful without her.
Well, her and Elle look very similar in my opinion too.
Okay.
They do. I know that. Like I don't know who got chosen first, but like they definitely tried to make Elle look a lot like her, especially in this season. But the way they dressed and then their faces look very similar too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Winona Ryder was yeah, dude, she was like, I mean, she definitely has been playing the Hollywood realm for a while. She's very popular with like the crowd that grew up watching 80s movies, if I'm not
Was she in
mistaken.
Heathers?
Let me look it up.
Yeah, I think she was.
I think
Oh,
she
yeah.
wasn't others.
I sent you a
She was with
picture.
Johnny Depp, Beetlejuice, huh?
I sent her a picture to you, Romie. Could you maybe share the screen and show that? I just wanted to mention this.
Yeah.
Edward Scissorhands too. She was in. That's right.
Yeah. She, because they just cast, or I don't know if they cast it, but it's been a rumor that Beetlejuice 2 is going to be starring Johnny Depp and Winona Ryder as, and like Johnny Depp is going to play her husband. It's interesting the type of magic that they're mixing up. Like the actor who's played in the new Elvis movie, he's going to be in Dune now, in Dune Part 2. So they was trying to get him in the zeitgeist. He's a Disney kid, so that's the second Disney kid that they're using in Dune, which is a whole another discussion. But I just like highlighting that they do pick and choose. There's a metaphysics side of
like a
an
gematria
alchemical
of sorts.
process
Yeah.
of gematria of picking
It's part of the suit.
these actors. It's part of their thing. Because that really fascinates me.
Yeah, me too. It seems like it's like how long has this been in the in the works? How long you guys been working on this?
Yeah.
Can I mention something here about the scene here where we have Dustin, whose name is Gayton, by the way, real name.
What's his name? Gaten?
Gaten. Gaten.
Huh.
Yeah, it's
Weird.
literally named Gate.
Weird.
So anyway, at the end we see him like the denouement after the climax. We see his character. Actually, Lucas too. Let me chime in about Lucas. Lucas has one eye, which we see in episode 1. Eddie doing the one eye thing, describing Vecna. Then at the very end, we got Lucas with one eye, which I guess he got in the fight with Jason. So it's probably a
Yeah,
temporary
he
thing.
gave him the black eye.
But see,
Yeah.
there we go. So there's that symbolism again. But then Dustin also has an injury. He develops a limp, which I think I could be wrong about this, but Belphegor,
Yeah.
one of the is known as the demon with a limp or something, I think. Or there is some type of thing about demons and limping. I just read it a day or two ago, so forgive me for not knowing right now. But anyway, he develops a limp, which we sometimes see Saturn depicted with like a crutch and like a bum knee, which is Capricorn's the knees, right? So sometimes you'll see Capricorn or Saturn depicted with a crutch, which is like, well, he's the Reaper. The death is slow but sure. He'll eventually get there, but he's slow, right? So I think Dustin kind of somehow represents this archetype of Saturn in the end because he comes out with a limp that's very pronounced. And then, of course, we got Lucas with the one eye. So I think those are very purposeful. And of course, Aquarius's star Fomalhaut is in the heel, and Capricorn and Aquarius are both kind of ruled by Saturn in that regard. And then the one other thing I want to mention, let me just get this out real quick because then I'll be done. But on Dustin's shirt, he's got a wolf howling at the full moon. And then there's a shooting star going over top of the moon. So I just learned recently in alchemy, there's the antimony, I think, which is lead or Saturn, is represented as the gray wolf that consumes, and then it's dissolved back into its constituents to get the gold out of it. But so here he's being represented as the gray wolf or the lead. Or you could call him the lead character, the lead character. But anyway, that was just really weird to me because of all the shirts they could have put on this kid. They did a wolf howling at the moon. And then, of course, that shows up in the OA also. OA wears a wolf on her shirt. So now it makes a lot more sense to me because of the Saturn symbolism in the movie, because of the frequency of Saturn is a feature in the show. And time travel or dimensional travel or whatever is like a feature. And by the way, the body she picks up when she jumps into a woman's body named Nina. So there's that too for the OA.
Fucking shit, dude.
So there's probably a little more to the Nina thing than we realize.
I wonder if Nina's like some sort of OTO deity or like some sort of like deity in a secret society of some sort, like some sort of like entity.
Sounds Sumerian.
Interesting. We're gonna have to fucking keep digging on that Nina shit because that's really interesting.
That's been driving me crazy. That was the one thing I couldn't find that much information on, and it was driving me crazy. Got it, but I'm glad, Branch, that you mentioned the whole thing about Dustin. Honestly, he's even when I first started watching the show,
He's the main character.
My favorite. He was my favorite character.
He's like definitely, I think, the second main character in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really divided up pretty well. I mean, yeah, 11 is, but Will's supposed to be. It's like they all kind of take their turn.
Yeah.
It will, but Will just can't ever be the main character. I feel like even if he wanted to, his personality.
He's a character in progress.
Yeah. I feel like they he was the missing one in season 1. He's one that got it all kicked off, and since he was stuck in the upside down, and he didn't get to say that many scenes with in season 1 with the other cast members, everyone kind of found their dynamic, and the audience got their pickings of, ooh, I like this combination, I like this combination, and even them, they was like, oh, these two characters work really well together when we write for them, and this, and this. So when season 2 came around, they had Wheel. He has that connection with the Mind Flayer, but besides that, he's not much of a character, and I feel like we still have never really found a place for him. Because of that, I think he's just been handed a really bad hand of cards where they just don't know what to do with that character. But I'll be interested to see where they take him in season 5.
Well, it's also interesting for him to be that uncertain with his name being Will. It's like the will is without a direction.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But what I was going to say about Dustin and Lucas, they both got half of Vecna, because one got the limp, the missing leg, if you will, and the other one got the one eye.
Oh, nice catch.
So it's like the
Vecna died.
Virus.
He got absorbed into everybody else. In a sense.
Yeah, the virus is got
they're
transferred
tainted.
in a way. Yeah, they're tainted, and that makes me think of we talk about Stephen King a lot with Stranger Things, but another big horror figure is Wes Craven, and in the early 2010s, I believe it was early 2010s, he came out with this horror movie called My Soul to Take, and the whole plot of the movie was the serial killer dies, and on the night of his death, 7 babies are born, each one with a half of his soul.
Which was this?
Like a little bit like Tim, or the Harry Potter guy. Tim,
yeah, and years
Snape guy.
And years later, when they're in high school, on the anniversary of his death, the baby who's now a teen, that was born on that night. One of them has the part of his soul that was the evil murderer, and he wants to reunite the pieces of the soul.
How sweet!
So he starts killing all the other ones to absorb their part of their soul, but it's not going to him; it's going to one of the other ones. So there's this whole putting back together, and that's so when we're talking about spreading, getting part of Vecna into them. I'm thinking about this movie of the soul splintering and going to other vessels.
Me too. Yeah. I love it. And obviously a lot of people do, because it's just like a common theme, because there's not that much different really about the aesthetic, theme or the overall template that these Hollywood fucks fill, Hey, I'm not gonna lie, it's entertaining and I fucking thoroughly enjoy watching it. But there is still a common theme, that gets tied throughout it all. And I think
boy
it all
band
tells
formula, man.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
Just tells a
formula for this
story
stuff.
of the consciousness, and that, and
That's
how
why
mysterious life is.
That's why I hated Jason as a character, because his whole thing, he was that hangman type of archetype in a way, but his whole thing was, he was, his idea, he didn't understand the main character, so his misunderstanding, he vilified them, he antagonized them. and he was trying to stop them. And growing up as a 90s baby, as I was, there was a lot of movies around this time for kids where the only antagonist character was the adult, was the parental unit, or whether it was a parent or a teacher or some type of grown-up that just didn't understand. So there wasn't no obstacles besides getting the parent to believe and see the way that the child has. Um, and I was just fed up with it because it's a very lazy way to delay your story, to prolong your story, to make another movie, another franchise, another episode, another season of a show. And that type of story's got crammed down um
Gullet.
your 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 eyes, whatever you want to say, as you're watching it. And when I see characters with no matter what the story is with that is that type of character, I kind of roll my eyes and go, I've seen this 1,000 times. It's so lazy. It's so overused.
It's like when
So
they use a
honestly,
stock audio that you've heard out of some library.
yeah,
You can
it's just like.
identify it. It's like, oh,
So honestly, I knew he was gonna die because that's the fate of the hangman. But when he did die and his body got ripped in half, I was just like, yes! I was just so thrilled about it. I like, and then honestly, I wanted if he didn't die, I want the Lucas to kill him.
Yeah.
I was like, if he doesn't die by accident, I hope they at least have the balls to make Lucas kill him because this guy needs to die. Cause I'm so over this character.
Yeah, fuck this motherfucker.
Yeah, that was at least my attitude towards it. But yeah, I guess we'll be going on for almost 3 hours now. If you want to,
Yeah, let's close it out.
The only thing we didn't talk about was the Duffner brothers and just D&D in general, because there was something on the first weave regarding to. I remember reading about D&D and how it influenced the show. So if you want to weave on any of that,
yeah, really quickly, I'll start us off, and then you guys can go.
I mean, personally, I don't know that D&D thing is all y'all because I haven't looked into that at all. And also, the only thing I know about the Duffer twins is very minimal. But so y'all rip on that, and then I can weave a little bit on the actual Twinny boys.
Yeah, please, yes. Yeah, what I was gonna start off with was I mentioned this before we recorded, but when they go to I forget her name now. I remember it earlier. Dustin's
Susie,
girlfriends. Is it Susie?
Yeah,
I think it's Susie.
Yeah.
Susie. Her house, and they see all the kids running around about, and the dad locked in his room. They're showing you what the events of the final episode are going to be. They're like, this is how you're going to defeat
Like a foreshadowing.
Vecna. So there's this again, which goes back to the whole D&D thing of D&D being some type of divination of kids using their imagination to roll the dice like a Ouija board and connect with some type of spirit on the other side through the imaginal realm. And they use that in Stranger Things. That as a part of the whole satanic panic that they talk about in this season, which is shown even better and even more entertainingly in the 80s movie Skullduggery. But they're using the idea again of using kids' imagination to conjure up some type of magic spell. Not only in the whole Montauk thing and 11, the whole MK Ultra experimentation, but they're using it again in Susie's home when they're showing you, they're foreshadowing the events of the final episode. So that's what I had for D&D. Really, I was just going to mention that side of things. And then
Hell yeah. It's
on the
very
topic of
apparent
yeah,
in that show
yeah,
for sure.
and I think that's also, we was talking about CERN earlier. Honestly, I think that it's kind of what CERN is. I think it's it's something to get all of our focus on, to kind of harvest some of our spiritual vitality or from our imagination, to get us to all like focus on like, oh, the turning the collider on. It shows like Stranger Things. It's, well, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and we're feeding. That's what we're feeding it. That's where they're getting their energy from. So I think that ties into it as well. And what I wanted to mention about the Duffer Brothers really was, I just wanted to call them out for them saying that, oh yeah, by the way, we're twins, and our parents had to get us tested to see if we are identical twins or not, because they couldn't believe it with their own eyes. So don't believe anything with your own eyes. Believe science, which I think is just ridiculous. And I mentioned this in the first part, but you had the TikTok dance of 11, Millie Bobby Brown, dancing to the WAP in her hospital gown covered in blood in the hospital Montauk hallway with all the dead kids. So they're desensitizing. They're getting people used to these certain things, playing it off. It's the same old thing that Hollywood's been doing for ever. But that's all I had. If Homie Romie or Josh, if either of you guys want to go finish off what you want to say.
Well, I just really like the whole aspect of D&D. I'd never gotten to play until recently. I found a group, so it's kind of an interesting way to, kind of vicariously experience it while so many other people maybe as well. I find the imagination aspect of all the elements we were discussing, like egregores and such. I hope a Demogorgon doesn't result out of my experience of playing D&D. But
maybe.
But, I'm actually going to dress up and use my leather pouches. I got something on the way from Kaylee right now I'm going to use, and it's a pouch. So I'm really going to get into it and try to enjoy it. Oh yeah, you got a Pillars of Eternity, Eastern Reach.
This is one of the best tabletop games I've ever played. I love D&D, but Pillars of Eternity, Lords of the Reach, the Eastern Reach, is one of the funnest, craziest tabletop games you'll ever play.
Nice.
Go on. It was right here, so I just wanted to show it.
But so I think it's kind of fun to, which is why we kind of chose to have a little bit of structure for this evening's meeting, D&D style. But yeah, there were some interesting nuggets there about how the concept influenced the creators of the show, and I just can't remember what those were exactly. But thank you again for for allowing us to introduce that element. I think
Yeah.
life's
The
a lot
next-
more interesting when you consider it being like a lot of quests. I
Yeah.
try to look at life and opportunities that crop up. So, it really helps with, oh, this is aggravating. Well, just add it to your quest log. You'll get to it. Flag that quest. So if
Yeah.
you get nothing else from this weave, I would just say, get out there and get the experience points and work on your skills.
Yes.
and do those adventures, and be sure to share
Oh.
with us what your experiences were.
Yes.
Add to the weave.
Add to the weave.
Also, the Duffer Brothers' next project is a Netflix adaptation of Stephen King's Talisman
With Steven
with
Spielberg.
Steven Spielberg.
Yes. Sorry.
Which is a very similar setup to Stranger Things. So they're wanting to continue this whole story, but they know that their kids for Stranger Things are getting too old, so they're like resetting. They're finding a very similar story, and they had an Easter egg where Lucas is reading
To Max.
Talisman to Max as she's in her coma. So they're trying to usher all the Stranger Things fans into this new direction to keep that magic going. They still want their spell. They need to get younger kids to add to the mixture.
That's nothing new in Hollywood. One more thing about Steven. So Steven came up a few times. There's Steve in the show too. The words, or the name Steve rather, means victory. And you'll notice Hopper at the very end too. He's wearing a cap with the corona on the bill, which also represents victory. Victors are crowned with a laurel. So there is an element of victory that runs through this show as well.
Yeah. That's facts.
L's side is victorious, in other words.
Yeah. That was definitely. I mean, you should always look at the tarot cards, the arcana, and those archetypes, because they'll help give some guidance. And it's like that we need that. It's a big message in the show is that like there is something going on, but the justice can happen, and the justice and victory will happen. But you got to be strong, y'all. Buds and friends and lovers and bees and butterflies and buds and buzzing boo or baha boo. Really bahati. Well, yes. Anyways, Duffer Boys, they loved Obama too. So, just
You can't
Jesuit
get
overlords.
popular in Hollywood unless you're part of the liberal world order.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, one more thing I wanted to mention about the 4 thing. So even if there is a 5th season, I thought it was strange how there's 4 sacrifices, and there's also 4 horsemen and this and that, of course, but there's 4 seasons.
Yeah.
And what do we call them? We call them seasons, which there are 4 seasons. So I think there's a really interesting aspect to look at there. I think each of the characters that's sacrificed might even correspond to a season.
Oh, interesting.
And the reason I think that is because Max, on her wall, she's got 2 different posters. One of them has one eye. It's like a pair of sunglasses, but one of the eyes obscured, so it's one-eyed. And then the other one she has, it says Endless Summer. So I think Max represents summertime in this period of and the concept of Back to the Future, CERN. It's like, well, could they pause summer? If they ripped a hole in time, would it just create this loop in July?
Well, you could say it's only 4 seasons because they shot season 4 and 5 back to back.
Oh, okay. Well,
So you can
Still,
you
yeah.
can say that
4.1.
yeah, it's all one. They're
Yeah.
just they're waiting. They said the release date's like 2024 because of special effects and things, but they said that they were shooting them back to back because they don't want the kids to age um
Yeah, that's
dramatically.
logical.
They already said that season 5 is going to start off with a time skip to explain why the kids are kind of look a bit older.
Yet that's
Um,
also a subtle hat tip throughout the
Uh,
series.
The guy who I snagged all the screenshots from at the end of his video, at the one of his decodes, I mean, he's like a pretty hardcore, um, he's a hardcore Christian for sure, but he definitely believes in a rapture,
Amen.
something that's happening soon. I'm talking soon
In the
though,
summertime.
because he said he's like this season 4 is the final season. He's like they have another season 5 going to come out in like 2 years, but he's like I don't think we're going to be around for that. And I
Yep.
was just like, damn. So it's just like interesting because who knows? Let's see what the talisman looks like. What codes are going to be in that. It's gonna be nuts. But I'm signing off, y'all, because I have been holding in a pee for like 3 hours. I've needed a piss before and I like hadn't got up the whole time, and I'm starting to slur my words and I'm starting to sing strange humming songs over here. So
yeah,
massive loves, dude.
Matt's love.
Fairly well, barley stone.
Peace.
Fare well, fare well.
Sleep sweetly, Cernies.
Sweet. Yeah, is there anything else you wanted to say before I end the recording?
No, but I just wanted to say that I do, not about that, the show specifically, but what I would like to say is thank you for the opportunity to really dive deep into it, because I didn't really pay so much attention to it until you prompted me about maybe doing a decode on it, and then I kind of had a renewed interest after that and discovered there was actually a lot more to it than I realized. So I'm glad that we could share all that with folks. And we had 23 different topics written down, and we covered everything. So very successful decode, and I appreciate your time.
A 3-hour video, plus I'm going to add a bit of our first take. So thanks for recording twice with me, and thanks to homie Romie. It was both of your eagerness after I mentioned it that helped really keep me going. Like, yes, I am doing this for sure. I'm so glad that you came on. I'm glad Roman came on as well. I'm glad that you did in particular, because all the things that you've been sending me and that you mentioned on this video as well have just really been blowing my mind. Because I was just thinking it from the terror symbolism and some like astrological symbolism and just some like occult things, tying it back into my film background. But all your more biblical stuff has just been really blowing my mind with all the connections that you've been pointing out. So I'm glad that you got to hop on, because they're really taking from like this like Christian type of religious source, and they're really imbuing it into the show, and they cranked it up to 11, pun very intended.
Yeah,
this season. I figured
beyond the max.
Yeah. But thanks everyone for watching. Again, check out Homie Romie's podcast, Right from the Ashes. And did you want to promote whatever you're working on?
Yeah, I do have a channel. I haven't really started uploading a lot of stuff, but it is 33 the Branch 01. You can find it on YouTube. I'd also do a show with a friend known as the Solomon Report. We sometimes do shows on Fridays or Saturdays. We've done about 67 episodes or something like that. Once in a while, we'll do interviews with authors, things of that nature. So it's a lot of fun. We look at current events through the lens of biblical prophecy, and we do Bible study, and it's a lot of fun. So if you're looking for a good truth type channel that has the biblical flavor, then by all means come and check us out. And of course, you can find us in the Telegram. My name's the Joshua the Branch in Telegram, so hit me up if you'd like to do some projects together or do some research together or just talk, whatever you want to do.
Yes, and Josh, I, and even Homie Romie, of course, frequent the Weaving Spiders Welcome
Every Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday,
every,
Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday.
every Wednesday and Saturday.
Wednesday.
So you can probably catch us there. I know we've been teasing the Stranger Things talk in it. So if you want to hear more from us, we're always around there as well. As well as all the other wonderful spiders. But yeah, thanks, Josh, again, and thanks everyone for watching the full 3 hours of this. Much love, everyone.
And you have a birthday coming up.
Yes, I do.